Sermon 19 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The Village Greater Than the Cities. Lincoln's Inn, first Sunday after Easter, April 18, 1852. Micah, chapter 5, verse 2. But thou, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me, that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting. Micah the Morithite was a contemporary of Isaiah. The word of the Lord is said to have come to him in the days of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. From a passage in Jeremiah, which I shall notice hereafter, it would seem that his prophetical work belongs to the last of these reigns. He was therefore younger than Isaiah. He may have been one of those disciples to whom he committed his testimony. There are many striking resemblances in his short book to the one which we have been examining during the last 6 weeks. He quotes the passage respecting the last days, which Isaiah himself probably quoted from an older prophet. Though his commentary is very different, his attention may first have been drawn to it by hearing Isaiah's discourse. The woes which he denounces upon the great men of the land who practice evil because it is in the power of their hand, who covet fields and take them by violence, who oppress a man and his house, even a man and his heritage, recall those splendid passages in which Isaiah laid bare the corruptions of a time of seeming, nay, of actually commencing, reformation. The hypocrisy of that time presents itself to Micah with the same terrible force as it did to the son of Amoz. There is a community of sentiment between them which indicates, I think, more than the fact that they were writing concerning the same condition of society, though one cannot dare positively to affirm that they stood in the relation of master and scholar. The influence of Isaiah upon him, however exerted, we may be sure served to awaken his spirit, not to crush it, to make him conscious of a native inspiration, not to supply him with second-hand phrases and notions. He may have had a pious affection for expressions, modes of thought, subjects which his predecessor and guide had first brought before him. He might like to recur to them, nay, prefer them to those which strictly belonged to himself. But his delight in them would arise from the fact that the hour when he received the lesson was one of new inward revelation, or that, if he did not understand or heed it at first hearing, it came back to him in some time of confusion and distress, telling him where he might find the clearness and deliverance which no school and no mortal voice could impart. I do not know whether there are any passages in this book which give us more the feeling that Micah was standing face to face with both the visible things and the invisible truths which he speaks of, than those which he has in common with Isaiah, and which some might say he borrowed from him. He appears to have lived in the country parts of Judea, while Isaiah's work was mainly in the city. The phenomena of nature are therefore all familiar to him. He connects with the convulsions of the earth, political storms and earthquakes, which were about to visit his country. The Lord cometh forth out of his place, and will come down and tread upon the high places of the earth. And the mountains shall be molten under him, and the valleys shall be cleft, as wax before the fire, and as the waters that are poured down a steep place. For the transgression of Jacob is all this, and for the sins of the house of Israel. The grasping landholder, the poor man cast out of his house in which his fathers dwelt, the reckless violence of the soldiers spread over the country, who pulled off the robe with the garment of them that passed by securely, as men averse from war. The women and children driven from their houses by creditors, who, in violation of the Mosaic law, seized their goods and their raiment for the debts of their husbands and fathers. These are no pictures presented to the imagination of the prophet. He has seen them with his eyes. And when he cries at the sight of them, "Arise and depart, for this is not your rest," meaning by those words, I believe, "Begone, tyrants, into a land of captivity, for you have determined that this land of yours shall be polluted, and shall be no resting place for you or for your brethren." He has the clearest assurance in his own mind that this must be the effect of the evils which he beholds, though he may have first learned from Isaiah or from some other holy man the eternal connection between mortal sins and divine judgments. Micah had therefore a special education of his own. Critics have remarked the effect of it in giving a roughness and abruptness to his style, which makes it a striking contrast to the lyrical freedom and richness of Isaiah's. But there is another point, apparently the characteristic one, of Micah's prophecy, which is closely connected with the circumstances of his outward life. The word of the Lord which came to him, we are told in the first verse of this book, was concerning Samaria and Jerusalem. These cities do not merely stand for the countries of which they were capitals. What is the transgression of Jacob? Micah asks at the very commencement of his prophecy. Is it not Samaria? What are the high places of Judah? Are they not Jerusalem? In other words, he views all the corruptions of the land, those which were bringing ruin upon every part of it, as gathered up in these, the supposed centers of its strength. They stood out as rivals one to another, representing the quarrels and hostility of the tribes. They stood out as the representatives of the religion of Israel and Judah, respectively. Though the first calves had been set up in Bethel, Samaria, since the time of Ahab, had become the seat of the graven images of the gods. She had gathered from all the land the tributes which were to maintain her idolatries. And all these harlot hires, he now declares, will be carried off into another land, still to be turned to the same use, to enrich the idol temples of Assyria. Such an expectation, I said, when I was speaking of a similar prophecy in Isaiah, would have sounded most cheering to the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem, as it was the announcement of the fall of an enemy, of that country which then or a very short time before they had regarded as their most hateful, nay, even in conjunction with Syria, as their most formidable enemy. But when Micah contemplates this coming judgment, he wails like the dragons and mourns as the owls. And this not merely because a portion of the Lord's people is going into captivity. That indeed fills him with sorrow, as he sees one and another city and village of the land humbled and crushed by the invader, but because their captivity is a sure witness of downfall to the whole of it. Samaria, with her graven images, is not, in Micah's mind, the contrast to Jerusalem or the rival of it. The evils of one he looks upon as essentially the evils of the other. Therefore he anticipates the same judgments for both. It is in this way that the prophets tear off the masks which hide the true condition of a people. We are told frequently that they had the most exclusive preference for the religion of Jehovah, the religion of their fathers, the most passionate and intolerant hatred of every other. I alluded to this charge when I was speaking of Elijah. I showed you then how the Protestant against sensual and divided worship went to Zarephath, a city in the country from whence Jezebel and the Baal worship came, took refuge with the widow of that city, treated her as one in behalf of whom all the healing powers of the prophet, all the kindly offices of the human brother, were to be exercised. Here is a test of another kind. Micah is writing in the days of Hezekiah. The worship of Jehovah had been re-established in Jerusalem. A king, evidently right-minded, had himself been the restorer of it. What a moment for a sectarian prophet to exhibit his gall against the fallen or falling idolaters. his adulation of the pious monarch, his exultation in the triumph of his own faith. How stand the facts? Micah perceives the same unrighteousness and oppression among the princes of Judah as among those of the 10 tribes. Therefore he is certain that there is the same practical inward idolatry among them. So far from thinking that the religion of Samaria has destroyed it, and that the religion of Jerusalem will save it, the religion and the religious men of the one city, as much as of the other, are those who fill him with terror and trembling. They build up Zion with blood, he exclaims, and Jerusalem with iniquity. The heads thereof judge for reward, and the priests thereof teach for hire, and the prophets thereof divine for money. Yet will they lean upon the Lord and say, Is not the Lord among us? None evil can come upon us. The men who assumed divine inspiration excited his indignation above all. We have heard how every true prophet has denounced the traitors in prophecy, the men who lived by flattering rulers or people, who frightened and cajoled them by turns with lying guesses, who strengthened them in sensual worship, in cowardice, oppression, and practical unbelief. But from the time that the promise of Joel began to be fulfilled, when the Spirit of the Lord was so remarkably preparing the land for the great and terrible day of the Assyrian invasion by raising up a race of men of profound insight and foresight, when their office began to acquire something of the stability of the other offices in the Commonwealth, when their words were no longer merely preserved in the memories of the people but reduced to writing, then the counterfeit race would exhibit a corresponding organization and development. Their trade would become more systematized, their tricks and deceptions less gross, enriched by experience, perfected by the hints and phrases which they could appropriate from the faithful and wise teachers. Accordingly, from this time we shall find the exposure of these lying seers, not prophets of Baal at all, but men who used the name of Jehovah, canted about the burden of the Lord, regarded the temple with the profoundest veneration, occupying a most conspicuous place in all these books. Such exposures occur frequently in Isaiah, but amidst the many-sided revelations which were made to him, we may easily overlook them. Micah forces them upon us. If a man, he says, walking in the Spirit and falsehood do lie, saying, I will prophesy to thee of wine and strong drink, he shall even be the prophet of this people. Again, thus saith the Lord concerning the prophets that make my people err, that bite with their teeth and cry peace, and he that putteth not into their mouths, they even prepare war against him. Therefore night shall be unto you, that ye shall not have a vision, and it shall be dark unto you, that ye shall not divine. And the sun shall go down over the prophets, and the day shall be dark over them. Then shall the seers be ashamed, and the diviners confounded. Yea, they shall all cover their lips, for there is no answer of God. The feeling which these passages express is that the false prophet was far worse than the mere idolater, that he was trifling with the very spirit of truth, misinterpreting a divine message which he was appointed to deliver. For Micah does not make the falsehood of the prophet consist in this, that he pretended to be taught when he had no divine teacher, but that he abused the divine teaching to vile, mercenary ends, that being conscious of a spiritual power and illumination, he acted as if his words were his own, and he might sell them to the service of a great man or a mob. The sacredness of words almost overwhelms the mind of the prophet. He knows them to be powers greater than all which the mightiest animals can put forth, greater than the most wonderful energies of nature. And these, even these, the false prophet thinks he may play with and use for his own paltry purposes, not considering that he is poisoning the very source of a nation's life, that he is leading men to believe in a spirit of lies instead of a God of truth, and in all their daily acts to honor the one and deny the other. It is not wonderful, therefore, that a consciousness of the reality of the divine commission grows stronger in Micah as he apprehends the infinite wickedness of this perversion of it. Truly, he says, I am full of power by the Spirit of the Lord, and of judgment, and of might, to declare unto Jacob his transgression, and unto Israel his sin. And he adds boldly, addressing himself to the capital of the house of David, which boasted of its freedom from all the idolatries of Samaria, addressing himself even to the temple in which Jehovah was worshipped. Therefore shall Zion for your sake, that is to say, for the sake of you, the rulers, the priests, and the prophets, be plowed as a field, and Jerusalem shall become heaps, and the mountain of the house as the high places of the forest. Yet with all this, he is sure that the words of the old prophet, which his countrymen loved to repeat, would be fulfilled. The mountain of the house of the Lord shall be established on the mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow unto it. The vision of the fall of Jerusalem, even of the fall of the temple, does not shake his confidence in the least. It is when he has encountered this vision and fully considered it that his hopes become fixed upon a rock. All people, he says, will walk every one in the name of his God, and we will walk in the name of the Lord our God forever and ever. And I will make her that halted a remnant, and her that was cast far off a strong nation. And the Lord shall reign over them in Mount Zion from henceforth, even forever. And thou, O tower of the flock, the stronghold of the daughter of Zion, unto thee shall it come, even the first dominion. The kingdom shall come to the daughter of Jerusalem. This strange contradiction, that the city should perish and become heaps, and yet that it should become a lawgiver among the nations, that it should exercise a power which it had never exercised in the days of its splendor, is the very one which we considered last Sunday, the one which Isaiah brought before us in his later chapters, and of which St. Paul gave so grand an interpretation. But the contrast becomes even more vivid in Micah than it was in Isaiah, both because it is gathered up into fewer sentences, and because the mind of Micah was more especially directed against the pride and glory of the chief city. In the next verse, we have the very solution of the difficulty which Isaiah has been giving us. Now why dost thou cry out aloud? Is there no king in thee? Is thy counselor perished? For pangs have taken thee as a woman in travail. Be in pain, and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shalt thou be delivered. There the Lord shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies. To Micah, as to Isaiah, the great truth has been revealed, that the strength and unity of the nation stood not in any city, but in the invisible king who was reigning within that city. To him it has been revealed that the nation must pass through a death travail before the full power of life which is within it can be manifested. To him it has been made known that there must be a battle between Jerusalem and the Babel power, and a great apparent victory of the latter, before the chosen people can freely fulfill its appointed task. Micah adds, Now also many nations are gathered against thee that say, Let her be defiled, and let our eye look upon Zion. But they know not the thoughts of the Lord, neither understand they his counsel. For he shall gather them as the sheaves into the floor. Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion, for I will make thy horn iron, and I will make thy hoofs brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people. We have here some of those phrases which remind us so powerfully of Isaiah, and make us feel that Micah may have studied in his school. And it is not merely an outward resemblance. The actual Assyrian invasion led Isaiah to meditate upon the Babel power generally. The news of a revolution in the city of Babylon and the embassy from Merodach-Baladan led him to foresee the perils to which Jerusalem would afterwards be exposed from that land. Micah in like manner connects all that is hereafter to befall Zion with a crisis she was passing through in his time. He evidently anticipates that her travail will even then issue in a glorious birth, that the King of Judah shall even then be great unto the ends of the earth. But there is one passage in this part of Micah's prophecy to which there is nothing corresponding in Isaiah. It is that which I have chosen for my text. And thou, Bethlehem Ephratah, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from of old, from everlasting. The humiliation of Jerusalem has been especially present to the mind of our seer. Though it calls itself the city of David, he believes that there will be a stain upon its glory. He is taught to remember that David's own birthplace was not that city, but a little village, insignificant amidst the thousands of Judah. He is led to anticipate that this place, celebrated besides as that in which Rachel travailed and died, will in some way be connected with a ruler and deliverer who should stand and feed in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God, who should be the peace when the Assyrian should come into the land, who should waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod in the entrances thereof. Such expressions sufficiently show that Micah looked to this ruler as a present helper and deliverer, as one who should set Judea free from the enemies who were then oppressing it. And yet this same person was also to do works which could not be accomplished in that generation, which must spread through many generations. The prophet could hardly suppose that the enemies of Judah would then be completely destroyed, for he had spoken of a terrible discomfiture and captivity as preceding the emancipation. And even if he had such a thought, the last words refer to a gradual influence which his countrymen were to exert over other lands. The remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people as the dew from the Lord, as the showers upon the grass, that tarrieth not for man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. This is precisely the kind of influence which the Jews in the Babylonian Empire or elsewhere might exert when they were no more united in a holy city, but when they became conscious of another more mysterious unity in a divine king who made their apparent dissolution the means of binding them more effectually and inwardly together. I apprehend that Micah was divinely appointed to speak of this unity, especially in opposition to that other artificial and material unity which his countrymen were resting in. In this sense he contrasts Bethlehem with Jerusalem. He may not have perceived in what way the ruler or shepherd he spoke of would be connected with Bethlehem. The name may have been a seed dropped in the ground to die and bear fruit some other day. Nor may he have had as distinct and full a view of the shepherd himself as Isaiah had. Yet he saw as clearly that he could not be confounded with any temporary earthly prince. His goings forth were of old, from everlasting. He had been the king in the days of David and Solomon. He had not been deposed among the 10 tribes because Jeroboam set up calves in Bethel. Whether Ahaz stooped to Assyria or Hezekiah shook off its yoke, he remained the same. All great days of the Lord were days which revealed his presence. Material earthquakes, invasions of Sennacherib, all forms of evil and confusion were proclaiming him as the only rock upon which that nation could stand. Its high calling was to declare him as the rock upon which all men must stand. A very memorable chapter of Micah's prophecy follows that of which I have been speaking. It is the one which our church has chosen as a specimen of the whole book. I believe the selection has been rightly made, and not only on account of its sublimity. Hear ye, O mountains, the Lord's controversy, and ye strong foundations of the earth. For the Lord hath a controversy with his people, and he will plead with Israel. This chapter contains all the great characteristics of Micah's prophecy and leads us to the innermost heart of it. A God whose voice is echoed by the hills and mountains, caring to reason with his people, explaining to them his own ways and judgments, beseeching them to listen to him. Think of such a being presented to the mind of a man who is bowing down to a mere god of power, whom he fancies that by some means or other he is to appease. And such a God was the God of the priests and prophets of Samaria and Jerusalem, whose falsehoods Micah had been laying bare. An utterly dark and false notion of him lay at the root of all their contrivances and impostures. Till they thought otherwise of him, they must be self-deceivers and deceivers of their brethren. And yet there was nothing new in Micah's view of the divine character. It was precisely the one which the law and history of Israel had been setting forth. O my people, what have I done unto thee, and wherein have I wearied thee? Testify against me. For I brought thee up out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed thee out of the house of servants. And I sent before thee Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. Nay, the false prophet, the very type of false prophets, himself had been brought in an hour of humiliation and revelation to confess that this was the being with whom he had to do. O my people, remember now what Balak, king of Moab, consulted, and what Balaam, the son of Beor, answered him from Shittim into Gilgal, that ye may know the righteousness of the Lord. This was the answer of the man whose eyes were opened, who saw the vision of the Almighty. Wherewith shall I come before the Lord, and bow myself before the high God? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings and calves of a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, or with 10,000s of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God? God uses Balaam as a teacher of the prophets and priests and people of Israel. These words explain the cause of the judgments which he is bringing upon them. There are wicked balances. There are bags of deceitful weights. The rich men are full of violence. The inhabitants of the cities have spoken lies, and their tongue is deceitful in their mouth. Therefore is he making them sick and smiting them, and making them desolate in their sins. A wonderful passage surely, proving, I think, that all substantial practical morality must have its basis in a substantial theology. How needful it is that we should confess a righteous God if we would be righteous ourselves. What a mockery it is to call upon men to be just and honest if we do not present God to them as one who is seeking to make them what he is. How utterly vain and vague all spiritual teaching is, merely tending to pamper spiritual pride and produce spiritual wickedness, if it does not connect the commonest outward acts with all inward and mysterious principles. The last passages in Micah describe a tremendous struggle in his own mind when he looked round and saw the faithlessness, heartlessness, selfishness of the people among whom he was dwelling, of that people with whom God was holding this controversy. The best of them is as a briar, The most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge. The day of thy visitation cometh. There is a dark moment in which he exclaims, Trust ye not in a friend. Put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lieth in thy bosom. But that hour passes away. I will look unto the Lord. I will wait for the God of my salvation. My God will hear me. His anger against others ends in a confession of his own evil. I will bear the indignation of the Lord because I have sinned against him, until he plead my cause and execute judgment for me. And then comes a vision of blessedness for his land as well as for himself. Who is a God like unto thee, that pardoneth iniquity, and passes by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? He retaineth not his anger forever, because he delighteth in mercy. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities. Thou wilt perform the truth to Jacob, and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old. There are two comments upon Micah, one in the Old, one in the New Testament, which throw, I think, great light upon this book and upon the nature of prophecy, and contain much instruction for ourselves. We are told in the 26th chapter of Jeremiah that the priests and the prophets spoke unto the princes and unto all the people of Jerusalem, saying, This man Jeremiah is worthy to die, for he hath prophesied against this city, as ye have heard with your ears. Jeremiah told them that he was in their hands, but if they put him to death, they would bring innocent blood upon themselves and upon the city. Then rose up certain of the elders of the land, and spake to all the assembly of the people, saying, Micah the Manasseh prophesied in the days of Hezekiah king of Judah, and spake to all the people of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Zion shall be plowed like a field, and Jerusalem shall become heaps, and the mountain of the house as the high places of a forest. Did Hezekiah king of Judah and all Judah put him at all to death? Did he not fear the Lord and beseech the Lord, and the Lord repented of the evil which he had pronounced against him? Thus might we procure great evil against our souls. Now it should be remembered that Micah's prophecy of the destruction of Jerusalem was not fulfilled as he perhaps expected it to be in his own day. There was therefore a pretext for saying he was a false prophet, like those whom he had denounced. But the wisest of the elders of the people of Judah felt that this was not the test of truth and falsehood. Micah had spoken right. He had declared that certain effects must follow from certain causes. Where there was pride, oppression, hypocrisy, there would be judgments. There would, at last, be utter destruction. Sennacherib besieged Jerusalem. Hezekiah humbled himself. The city and temple were preserved. But the words lived on, established, not belied, by that apparent confutation of them. The conscience of the people in Jeremiah's day recognized them as addressed to themselves. Their literal accomplishment to that generation stamped them as sure decrees for Jerusalem and for every other city of the earth in all generations to come. The passage in the New Testament is this. When Herod had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, In Bethlehem of Judea. For thus it is written by the prophet, And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah? For out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. There are those who would discredit this passage of St. Matthew's Gospel because they say it was so likely that this prophecy should have been thought to be applicable after the event, so unlikely that it should have suggested itself to any as determining such an event. I apprehend, from all we know of the Jewish mind either before or since that time, it was exceedingly likely that all passages of this kind would be noted in connection with the coming of the expected king, and that precisely the part of them which would fix the attention of the rabbis would be the topographical or merely incidental part. I do not see that it was any disparagement to their wisdom that they recognized a divine order and contrivance even in such circumstances as these. Places sometimes serve very remarkably to connect together different periods in the life of an individual man. A house or field which belonged to the associations of the child becomes quite unexpectedly identified with the history of his later years. Old men long to lay their bones where they played as boys. Devout men welcome such coincidences and recurrences as proofs that they are under a divine education. Why should the like be wanting in a national story? Why should they not be noted in a book which traces all the parts of it as the fulfillment of a divine purpose? We do not complain of the Jewish doctors because they had skill in detecting such indications in their scriptures, but because they could detect no others. Micah saw that the honor had been put, and would be put, on Bethlehem to humble the pride of Jerusalem. The scribes, full of the pride of their city, full of personal pride, could read the name of the village. The moral of it was utterly lost upon them, and therefore when he who was born at Bethlehem appeared before them as the man of Nazareth, Micah's sentence, which might have enabled them to understand that part of Christ's humiliation also, became a stumbling block to them. Search and look, they said, for out of Galilee ariseth no prophet. The signs and tokens of the divine man were nothing. The place was everything. And the last words were utterly forgotten. They thought of one who was to come as their ruler and prince. They did not think of one whose goings forth had been of old, from everlasting. They wanted a stronger Herod, a native Augustus. They did not want God manifest in the flesh. And dear brethren, it will not avail us much to believe that a child has been born at Bethlehem 1850 years ago, or even to believe that he will come again in the glory of his Father and of the holy angels. Unless we confess him as our ruler and shepherd now, our thoughts of his past humiliation and of his future greatness will alike deceive us. Our pride will not give way before the dim recollection of what he was. Our hopes will not be kindled by the vague dream of what he may be. To know that he is, and that he is with us as he was with our forefathers, and as he has promised to be with our children's children, this is the strength and consolation that we need. This only can enable us to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. His going forth was of old from everlasting. Therefore may we bring him our gold and frankincense and myrrh, as those did who kneeled before the cradle in the manger. Therefore may we hope to be like him, when we shall see him as he is, in that kingdom which shall have no end. End of Sermon 19.
Sermon 20 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The Evil City Saved and Destroyed. Lincoln's Inn, second Sunday after Easter, April 25th, 1852. Nahum, chapter 1, verse 1. The Burden of Nineveh, the book of the vision of Nahum the Elkoshite. There are two prophetical books in the Old Testament which have no direct reference to the chosen people, those of Jonah and of Nahum. Both of them are concerned with the fate of Nineveh. I alluded to Jonah when I was speaking of Jeroboam II, in whose reign he is said to have lived, but I merely alluded to him because I was then occupied with the history of the 10 tribes, upon which the book of Jonah throws no light, because in that book though it records a passage in the life of an old prophet, does not profess to have been written by him. It may have been put together, as eminent critics think it was, in a time much later than that of Jeroboam. I now propose to speak of these prophets. The city of which they both speak was the capital of the empire which has been brought so frequently before us by Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, and Micah. Jonah and Nahum, though they contemplate this empire in different periods, both see it not triumphant but tottering. They present it, therefore, to us in a new point of view, and they illustrate the office of the Jewish prophet the more strikingly for their apparent neglect of Jewish affairs. The book of Jonah, the son of Amittai, has seemed to some so curiously contrived to explain that office and the office of the Jewish people, that they have fancied it contains a parable instead of a history. Several circumstances have tended to strengthen them in this opinion. I have admitted that it differs from the other books with which it is associated, and that it appears to be a narrative written by a third party, rather than a discourse proceeding from the person whose name it bears. Moreover, there is one event related, very briefly, in that narrative, which has drawn away the minds of readers, especially trivial and superficial readers, from the other parts of it. The passion for mere wonderment is in general so little gratified by the sacred records, so much less than by almost any books, ancient or modern, that one can read. The divine element in those books is so closely associated with common earthly life, its miracles are such assertions of eternal laws, and such protests against the irregular acts of the magician and the enchanter, that those who in their hearts prefer an oriental, classical, or middle-age legend to their plain statements of facts, or profound revelations of principles, eagerly seize upon every biblical story which has obviously a rare and exceptional character. The enemies of the Scriptures, of course, readily gratify their propensity, allowing them to maintain, and vigorously supporting the opinion, that these are the standards by which we are to judge the book, that throughout it is in contradiction to human experience, not the discovery of something which lies deeper than human experience. Accordingly, the words, "The Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights, have given occasion to a series of refinements, speculations, explanations, arguments, respecting the nature and possibility of the incident, which is wearisome and humiliating to read or to think of. One who considers how great and wonderful a thing a preservation from the deep is, who believes that the Lord is the author of every such preservation, who feels at the same time that he does not understand, and is never likely to understand the method of this particular preservation, dwells on that which must at all events be the essence of the story, and leaves its accidents as he finds them. To the mere hunter for rarities and curiosities, the accident is everything, the essence nothing. He pores over the whale, he forgets God. To the mere critic, the appearance of such a prodigy is decisive as to the character of the whole story. It must be merely composed, he concludes, for the sake of a moral. It is either not meant to describe what actually occurred, or the narrator was deceived by a loose tradition of it which had come down from a distant age. Now, assuredly, if a holy man of some later time were led to meditate upon a story which had been preserved respecting some venerable seer, and to put it forth for the benefit of his contemporaries, there is no doubt that the truth which he saw in it would be more important in his eyes than the man who was the subject of it, or than any good or ill fortune which befell him. He would not have been a holy or inspired man if he had not cared more to understand the principles of God's government, and to make them known, than to hear or tell any new thing. But a fact may embody a divine meaning at least as well as a fiction. The self-will and transgression of an actual individual may be the most complete of all parables to illustrate the self-will and transgressions of his class or his nation. A man should be an artist to write a biography, as much as to write a romance. He will not make the story of life intelligible if he has not some knowledge beyond what he derives from the mere statistics of it. A divine artist, we might expect, would especially delight to shew us how a few years or days of a man's experience may exhibit, as in a glass, not only the meaning of his own vocation, but the vocation of his order and race, and so might gather into itself centuries and cycles of history. I can find no pretext for the notion that the book of Jonah does not describe actual events and the actual processes in the heart of a real man. It does not bear the slightest resemblance to any of the books which are compiled in after times to magnify the characters of heroes and saints, upon whom a vague traditional glory rests. Jonah, who is said to have foretold the success of Jeroboam II, who must have been remembered with honor in all parts of the land, is here presented to us, not as a model, but as a beacon, not as embodying in himself all the transcendent qualities of a seer or the higher graces of a man, but as disobedient, selfish, hard-hearted. A sophist using an old name to conceal a composition of his own betrays the fraud by some chronological inaccuracy and some violation of costume. The critics and condemners of this narrative admit that they do not detect any of those signs here. Nineveh was beginning to be known in the Holy Land in the reign of Jeroboam II. It was the very reign in which Amos went into the north country and told how its seeming prosperity would be crushed by a new and strong invader. There was the vague grandeur, then, attaching to a great capital, which might well terrify a humble Israelite. His flight to Joppa and finding a ship sailing to Tarshish are incidents quite as suitable to that age as any subsequent one. It is very true that there are no specific circumstances recorded concerning the nature of the calamity which was to come upon the city, such as we should certainly look for in a contemporary record. Within 40 days, and Nineveh should be destroyed, is all that we hear. Such an omission indicates that the writer of the narrative had an object which made him indifferent about details. For his purpose, it did not signify whether the city was in danger of plague, famine, or invasion. It had perished perhaps already. Nineveh had become to him only a name. But the want of these accessories indicates his simplicity and guilelessness. A man conscious of invention would have availed himself of some local traditions to make his tale plausible. And if we turn from the outside of the story to its inward characteristics, we shall find, I believe, a moral coherency and a truth in it, which will make us inclined to think that its figurative worth cannot be separated from its worth as a document concerning one of our own flesh and blood. Jonah is in fact more completely than the combination of the individual with the prophet than one finds anywhere else. We shall see the two characters blended and struggling together in Jeremiah. Much of the deep pathos of his book consists in their conflict. But in Jonah, the poor insignificant creature of the earth stands out in the same strong contrast to the man transfigured by a divine calling and impulse, which we have traced through all the earlier books. A voice, strong and clear, tells him that he is to go to Nineveh and denounce its wickedness. He has no doubt once that voice proceeds. But the mission is a strange and terrible one. He runs from it. He is in a storm. That storm, he is sure, is pursuing him, testifying against him. He tells his heathen comrades so. They are not guilty of producing the storm, but he is. If they would be saved, he must be cast out. They are unwilling to execute the sentence which he has pronounced upon himself. They toil hard in rowing, but in vain. They must obey the prophet. In the jaws of desolation and death, he cries to God, confesses his sin, submits to his punishment. He is delivered and goes forth once more on his errand. The king and people listen to him, humble themselves in dust and ashes, shew all the signs of a true conversion. The city is spared. The prophet complains that he has been mocked, that has not come to pass which he said would come to pass. He goes forth in his anger to the east side of the city, makes him a booth and sits under the shadow of it that he may see what will become of the city. And the Lord God prepared a gourd, and made it to come up over Jonah, so that it might be a shadow over his head to deliver him from his grief. So Jonah was exceeding glad of the gourd. But God prepared a worm when the morning arose the next day, and it smote the gourd that it withered. And it came to pass, when the sun did arise, that God prepared a vehement east wind, and sun beat upon the head of Jonah, that he fainted, and wished in himself to die, and said, It is better for me to die than to live. And God said to Jonah, Dost thou well to be angry for the gourd? And he said, I do well to be angry even unto death. Then said the Lord, Thou hast had pity on the gourd, for which thou hast not labored, neither madest it grow, which came up in a night and perished in a night. And should I not spare Nineveh, that great city, wherein more than 60,000 persons cannot discern between their right hand and their left hand, and also much cattle? The writer of this book must have been a very courageous as well as a very profound man to have imagined a story of this kind, for it strikes at every prejudice which was most close to the heart of his countrymen. It lays bare their national disease. It attacks these prejudices and exhibits this disease, not in a formal didactic manner, but by discovering a train of thought the most natural and likely to have arisen in the mind of a Jew or a man, yet the one which the countrymen of a prophet and we ourselves should be most slow in attributing to him. We are told, nevertheless, that it was a completely overpowering divine conviction which was driving him there. He felt it was his duty not to speak to the king in Samaria, or the priests in Bethel, but to tell men whom he only knew of as idolaters, that the God of his fathers was their God and would punish them for their iniquities. We may remember how Abraham felt and acted when he came among a people in whom he said the fear of God did not dwell. It was still more likely that Jonah should tremble at the thoughts of what might befall him in the city which he was openly to defy, that he should be quite unable to understand how God's words could reach such a people, what they had to do with him. It must have been a strange discovery to him that the mariners in his ship had that in them which recognized the being of whom he spoke, and that they showed a kindliness and sense of righteousness which he could not give himself credit for. It must have been stranger still to feel that the God whose servant he was, a God who had chosen his nation, was charging him with a sin which he did not charge upon them, that he stood really and consciously guilty of that of which they were not guilty. In whatever prison house Jonah's body was shut up, this was a prison house for his spirit, close, narrow, stifling beyond all imagination, one from which it seemed as if there could be no escape. A favored man no longer, his preeminence above others seemed to be that he was the bearer of a heavier burden, that he was crushed under a more terrible curse. And yet out of this deep pit he could be heard. There was a deliverer even there, God had known him and had not forgotten him, even while he had been teaching him to regard himself as worse than those whom he had supposed were entirely excluded from the divine compassion. He is yet a servant and a prophet of the Most High. He may yet perform his work. He is a new man. He who was lately shut up in death can speak of God's truth and righteousness. This is what he seems appointed to speak of. Though he has experienced much mercy, he is not told to proclaim mercy. He is to cry aloud in all the streets of the great Nineveh that sin has been committed and that sin must bring death. He has been used to utter such sounds in Samaria, and they have fallen utterly dead. No one has thought them worth listening to. Unspeakable marvel! Here, instead of being dead words, they seem to be able to waken the dead. They are confessed to come from one who has a right to speak them, from one of whom Jonah perhaps thought the king and people of Nineveh were utterly ignorant. The message has done its work. God has triumphed. But Jonah has not triumphed. He is utterly confounded and sick at heart. He has deceived others and deceived himself. He had expected to see men, women, children, cattle, all perishing, but they all lived. He had expected. Had he hoped it? Yes, that truth is brought home to him. He had wished that it should be so. But that blessed gourd which had shadowed him from the heat, had he wished that to perish? Was he content that it should? No, when that withered, he was angry unto death. He did well to be angry. Jonah cared for the gourd. He was taught that God cared for the men and women and children and cattle of Nineveh. He was taught that the mind of him who sent the message to the city and the mind of him who bore it were not at one, but at war. And this was the blessing of the servant, his highest blessing, that his mind should not be at war with his master's, but at one with it. So then it was the result of all this discipline that the Jewish prophet knew he was to be the herald of God's mercy, as well as of God's righteousness to all the nations. Nay, that he could not be the herald of one unless he were also of the other. God's righteousness is shown to making men righteous. If they will submit to be made so, then his end is accomplished. If they will resist, then his vengeance will go forth, not because he has forgotten mercy, but because that which is unmerciful and hard-hearted shall not possess the earth which he claims for his dominion. This truth connects the vision of Nahum with that of Jonah. It had been proved that an Assyrian monarch and people were under the government of the same righteous and gracious Lord who had chosen Israel for his inheritance. It was proved that there was an ear in an Assyrian monarch and people which could be open to hear God's word, a heart which could acknowledge his presence and his authority. The evidence had been clear and triumphant that there was nothing in the circumstances of that people, or any people, which made it impossible that they should understand God's word and should yield to it. But they chose another course. Lucifer, the son of the morning, became the pattern of Assyrian kings. To exalt themselves above law, to make the earth a wilderness, had been the ambition of the whole empire. And therefore Jonah's words were as true and as much alive as when he first pronounced them. If the city had perished when he desired it to perish, the truth of God would have been immeasurably less asserted than it was by the reformation which delayed, and the evil doings which brought down, the punishment. There has been much doubt about the time in which Nahum lived. He is described simply as the Elkoshite. Jerome speaks of a village bearing a name like this in Galilee, and even says that a few relics of it were pointed out to him by a dweller in the district. Such a testimony is, of course, much more valuable than that of any church father unacquainted with Palestine. If it were received, we should have no reason for not accepting Jerome's other suggestion, that Nahum wrote in the days of Hezekiah to console the tribes, which had just been taken captive by the prospect of the destruction of their oppressor at some distant day. But there is that in the character of the prophecy which has forced modern students to think of a different place as well as time from those which Jerome imagined. The exceeding vividness of all the description seems to indicate that Nahum was placed in the heart of the country which he was threatening. The divine illumination of the prophets had a higher object than to make them acquainted with natural scenery or with the outward condition of a land. These, as we have observed in the cases of Amos, Hosea, Micah, were brought directly before their eyes and ears. They heard the sound of the earthquake. The army of locusts was devouring the land in which they were dwelling. The Assyrian was come to Iath. He had passed to Migron. At Michmash he had laid up his carriages, when Isaiah called his countrymen to turn to the God of their fathers. Those who think that the prophets lose any of their divinity when we thus connect them with present and passing events have, I fear, borrowed their notions of what is divine from heathen oracles, from the soothsayers and diviners whom the prophets denounce and whom they existed to put down. The meaning of the most distant future emerges out of their discourses, not when we divorce them from local and immediate occurrences, but when we see how they brought eternal truths to bear upon them. For this reason it is strictly according to analogy, I think, to suppose that Nahum did not live before the captivity of the 10 tribes, or just at the commencement of it, but that he was one of that captivity. A village named Alkosh, not far from Mosul, has been pointed out as the probable place of his birth or residence. It is a reasonable supposition that he lived just when Cyaxares and the Medes were threatening Nineveh, which, according to all authorities, they utterly destroyed. The date of that event has been settled, apparently on good evidence, as falling between the years 610 and 600 before Christ. If this view of the prophecy be the true one, it gives us some hints respecting the tribes and their Assyrian banishment, which we cannot obtain elsewhere. The apocryphal book of Tobit shows a valuable light on their personal and domestic life, and shows how the good men among them cherished the old faith and the old sympathies. But the deeper learning which they derived from the events that befell the great world about them, the way in which those events confirmed the past history of their country, and assured them that the truths which it had revealed would stand the test of all possible circumstances, were not affected by their own overthrow, would make themselves good in all ages to come. This must be understood from some more instructed and less superstitious Israelite than Tobit. Great revolutions were then shaking Asia. The Median power had been for some time the mightiest. The eruption of Scythian hordes for a while checked its advances. When they melted away or emigrated toward the west, the destined hour for the fall of the old Assyrian tyranny was come. The period that followed brings to light the Babylonian Empire, of which Nebuchadnezzar was the restorer, in which the old Chaldean faith and wisdom were to reappear in new strength, probably combined with some new elements. What had a lonely captive to do with such convulsions as these? How could he interpret them? They threw him back upon him who is, and was, and is to come. The rise and overthrow of dynasties repeated the two great, seemingly opposed lessons which his own suffering had been teaching him. God is jealous, and the Lord revengeth. The Lord revengeth, and is furious. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reserveth wrath for his enemies. The Lord is slow to anger, and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. The Lord hath his way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. Chapter 1, verses 2 and 3. O comfort beyond and beneath all words that he can speak, all thoughts that he can think.
There is an order in the midst of this anarchy. There is a person upholding this order.
He is not unconcerned about that which is going on in his earth. Medes, Babylonians, Scythians, captive Jews, not one is forgotten. He, the least of all, the lowest of all, he can say, this God is our God. I know what his purposes are. I know the will that is guiding us through the storms and hurricanes by which thrones and kingdoms will be swept away. The seeming contrasts in the laws of the universe, which staggered others, found a reconciliation in the heart of this outcast. Who can stand before his indignation, and who can abide in the fierceness of his anger? His fury is poured out like fire, and the rocks are thrown down by him. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knoweth them that trust in him. Verse 6. The oppressor is falling. And the Lord hath given a commandment concerning thee, that no more of thy name be sown. Out of the house of thy gods will I cut off the graven image and the molten image. I will make thy grave, for thou art vile. Verse 14. But then again, behold upon the mountains the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace. O Judah, keep thy solemn feasts, perform thy vows, for the wicked shall no more pass through thee. He is utterly cut off. Verse 15. So speaks with deep, pathetic energy one who can no longer keep the solemn feast except in secret, who sees nothing but molten images all around him. He implores his countrymen to consider what those things mean which have become to them mere names and forms of something departed and dead. They are witnesses of a living and true and gracious God. They are good tidings for the whole earth, that the Lord is not an evil spirit, but one who has made man to be his servant and his child, who will destroy the bloody city that is full of lies and robbery, let it be where it may, let it have what greatness it may. Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies and robbery, the prey departeth not, the noise of a whip, and the noise of the rattling of the wheels, and of the prancing horses, and the jumping chariots. The horseman lifteth up both the bright sword and the glittering spear, and there is a multitude of slain, and a great number of carcasses, and there is none end of their corpses. They stumble upon their corpses, because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcrafts, that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcrafts. Behold, I am against thee, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will discover thy skirts upon thy face, and I will show the nations thy nakedness, and the kingdoms thy shame, and will cast abominable filth upon thee, and make thee vile, and will set thee as a gazing stock. And it shall come to pass that all they that look upon thee shall flee from thee, and say, Nineveh is laid waste. Who will bemoan her? Whence shall I seek comforters for thee? Chapter 3, verses 1 through 7. All thy strongholds shall be like fig trees with the first ripe figs. If they be shaken, they shall even fall into the mouth of the eater. Behold, thy people in the midst of thee are women. The gates of thy land shall be set wide open to thine enemies. The fire shall devour thy bars. Draw 3 waters for the siege. Fortify thy strongholds. Go into clay and tread the mortar. Make strong the brick kiln. There shall the fire devour thee. The sword shall cut thee off. It shall eat thee up like the canker worm. Make thyself many as the locusts. Thou hast multiplied thy merchants above the stars of heaven. The cankerworm spoileth and fleeth away. Thy crown are as the locusts, and thy captains as the great grasshoppers, which camp in the hedges in the cold day. But when the sun ariseth they flee away, and their place is not known where they are. Thy shepherds slumber, O king of Assyria. Thy nobles shall dwell in the dust. Thy people is scattered upon the mountains, and no man gathereth them. There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. All that hear the bruit of thee shall clap the hands over thee. For upon whom hath not thy wickedness passed continually? Verses 12 through 19. The books of Jonah and Nahum, then taken together, enable us to contemplate a great historical cycle. The one stands at the beginning, the other at the end of a period. The Assyrian Empire comes before us in its first and in its last relations to the chosen people, or rather to that which is higher than the chosen people, the witness which they were to bear for the God of the whole earth. If the compiler of the book of Jonah, in the form in which we have it, lived subsequently to Nahum, he was called to supply a chasm in the life of his people, by showing the work which from the very first they had to do for the surrounding nations, by explaining how a failure in that work was a sentence of death upon themselves. Nahum not only carries on the testimony of Jonah respecting the certain doom of an evil city, he also shows us how the called race, in its deepest humiliation, as much as in its greatest prosperity, was still the preacher to the human race, how its existence as well as its words interpreted the mystery of the universe and made the rise and fall of empires, with all the dark crimes that led to both, give out pledges of consolation and hope. And thus we are enabled to understand better the New Testament use of these Old Testament teachers. To Nahum, I am not aware that there is any direct allusion in the Gospels. Jonah the prophet is referred to in a memorable discourse of our Lord's recorded by both St. Matthew and St. Luke. There is a passage in the 12th chapter of St. Matthew to which there is no parallel in St. Luke, and which apparently breaks the connection between the 39th and 41st verse of the chapter in which it occurs. It is the one which says that as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. I dare not venture to use this passage for the establishment of any doctrine, because I have heard no satisfactory explanation of it. The solemn week, through which we have lately passed, has taught us that the period between our Lord's death and resurrection was not 3 days and 3 nights. We cannot give up the direct assertions of all the evangelists, the sacred convictions of 18 centuries, that we may force the greatest facts in the history of the world into accordance with this sentence. It would be a far less serious alternative to admit that it may have crept into the text from the gloss of some commentator, just as the most intelligent divines have yielded to the belief that a text affirming an infinitely more important doctrine crept into the 5th chapter of the first epistle of St. John, an admission which, so far from weakening their faith in that doctrine, has helped them to see it unfolding itself through the whole of Scripture, and underlying the history of the Church and of mankind, when they were apt to look for the main proof of it in a single text. I do not say that we have any authority for so bold a course as this. I merely urge it as a duty that we should be silent when we are ignorant. If we have real reverence for Scripture and a firm belief in that which it declares, we shall never strain a single one of its words or phrases, or strain a single fact to make it fit them. Abstinence from such dishonesty will assuredly bring its reward in clearer apprehensions of the whole record hereafter. But the words, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall be no sign given to it but the sign of the prophet Jonas, illustrated by the words of St. Luke, as Jonas was a sign unto the Ninevites, so shall the Son of Man be to this generation, as well as, by the further words, the men of Nineveh shall rise up in the judgment with this generation and shall condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonas, and beheld a greater than Jonas is here, contain a meaning which is not affected by the omission of this clause. The Jews asked our Lord for a visible sign in the heavens to confirm his authority. He answered them that Jonah himself and the message which he brought were sufficient signs to the heathens of Nineveh. Their consciences confessed that God was speaking to them. They felt that a king whom they could not see was near them, claiming their homage. They turned to him. The Jews, the people of God, chosen out of all the countries to acknowledge that unseen presence and proclaim it, they had become such idolaters, so blind and deaf in heart that they could only believe in some outward visible image. The cry to turn to their king was utterly lost upon them. He himself was among them, the word by whom all their prophets had spoken, the king who was sitting on the holy hill of Zion. Why were they not able to hear him? Was it not because he was the Son of Man? Because he came with a message to man, and they, shut up in their pride and exclusiveness, did not like to take up their position among men, did not care for a voice which was addressed to men. The people of Nineveh therefore repented at the preaching of Jonah. The people of Jerusalem did not repent at the preaching of Jesus. The Jew, because he was inhuman, was necessarily ungodly. He would not acknowledge the Son of Man. Practically he could not believe in Jehovah. And so the city, that holy city, would become the bloody city. In it would be fulfilled the law which had been fulfilled in the Assyrian capital. awful and everlasting witness of the divine order, which asserted itself without respect of persons then, which will assert itself without respect of persons always. The Christian Church, the Church of the human race, has been almost as slow to maintain its true privilege of preaching the glad tidings of love and truth to the human race as the Jewish nation its forerunner was. Christian prophets have shrunk from their commission, fled from the face of the Lord, been angry that God was more gracious than they were, mourned over their perishing gourds, have distrusted him who cares for the men and the women and the cattle in every country under heaven. But the Church must publish God's righteousness and God's grace to men, let its members be ever so unwilling. If the tongues of the prophets are silent, if divine feasts and worship cease, then by its own captivity it will be taught itself. It will teach mankind, who is its king, its judge, its savior. End of Sermon 20.
Sermon 21 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Manasseh and Josiah, Zephaniah and Habakkuk. Preached at Lincoln's Inn, the third Sunday after Easter, May 2nd, 1852. Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 4. Behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. There is a tradition that Isaiah survived Hezekiah and suffered death in the days of Manasseh. Even the manner of his death has been determined. It has been said that the writer of the Epistle to the Hebrews refers to him when he speaks of some having been sawn asunder. A vague rumor of this kind cannot be of the least help in determining the application of a prophecy, and there are no words in the book of Isaiah which warrant us in extending any part of it beyond the time denoted by the opening verse. The belief that he became a martyr arose from the improbability that any righteous man could be suffered to live in the days of Manasseh. These days are described to us as darker than any which had preceded them in the kingdom of Judah. The king did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. For he built up again the high places which Hezekiah his father had destroyed. And he reared up altars for Baal, and made a grove, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served them. And he built altars for all the host of heaven in the two courts of the house of the Lord. And he made his son pass through the fire, and observed times, and used enchantments, and dealt with familiar spirits and wizards. Moreover, Manasseh shed innocent blood very much, till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another. 2 Kings, chapter 21, verses 2 through 16. This state of things must have lasted a long time. He was but 12 years old when he began to reign, so that the violent change may not have begun at once, though it is quite possible that some of the counselors, who had brought vain oblations and had been very active on the new moons and Sabbaths during the reign of the father, may have cultivated all the superstitious and idolatrous tendencies that were ripening in the mind of the son, and may have encouraged him to set up groves and high places, even during his minority. However, as he reigned 55 years, this supposition is hardly necessary to account for the extent and completeness of the reaction. Nor will any attentive reader of Isaiah and Micah feel astonished by it. They, especially the last, enable us to see the seeds of all corruption in a period of health. The lying prophet, the drunken priest, may have been hidden, even may have been externally reformed, in the later golden years of Hezekiah. But the soil out of which they had grown, and which had cherished them, was sure to produce the like weeds afterwards, whenever the diligent culture was withdrawn from it, even if their growth was not fostered and quickened by the hands which should have extirpated them. We do not hear of any special prophet at this time. Probably there was no one then whose visions were committed to writing, no one perhaps whose visions extended beyond the immediate evil and its coming punishment. Mere simple denunciations, such as we heard of among the early seers of Israel, may have supplied the place of the winding discourse and the song that rose from the depths of earth to the heights of heaven. This we should infer from the words of the book of Kings. The Lord spake by his servants the prophets, saying, Because Manasseh king of Judah hath done these abominations, and hath done wickedly above all that the Amorites did which were before him, and hath made Judah also to sin with his idols. Therefore thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Behold, I am bringing such evil upon Jerusalem and Judah, that whosoever heareth of it, both his ears shall tingle. And I will stretch over Jerusalem the line of Samaria, and the plummet of the house of Ahab. And I will wipe Jerusalem as a man wipeth a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. And I will forsake the remnant of mine inheritance, and deliver them into the hands of their enemies, and they shall become a prey and spoil to all their enemies, because they have done that which was evil in my sight, and have provoked me to anger, since the day their fathers came out of Egypt, even unto this day. 2 Kings, chapter 21, verses 10 through 15. The immediate accomplishment of this prediction is thus recorded in the second book of Chronicles, chapter 33. Wherefore the Lord brought upon them the captains of the host of the king of Assyria, which took Manasseh among the thorns, and bound him with fetters, and carried him to Babylon. Babylon, which had revolted from the Assyrian Empire, had again become a portion of it. That empire was exhibiting in its later days all its ancient character, but its former capital was beginning to be threatened by the Medes. Babylon, the old glory of the Chaldees, soon to become the center of a new Chaldean empire, having recovered from the effects of its siege, was probably the center of Asiatic religion and civilization. Manasseh would find himself surrounded there by the gods of whom he had set up images in Jerusalem. He would see that in its perfection, which he had tried to imitate on a poor and insignificant scale. And he would be under the rod with which he had wished to scourge his subjects. This was the kind of lesson which all the prophets had prepared their kings for. They had dallied with idolatry. There was something in it especially attractive. It seemed so much more passionate, devout, sympathetic than that worship which the law of their fathers had prescribed. Their taste would be gratified. They should experience this worship in the length and depth and breadth of it. They had dallied with tyranny. What old decrees and statutes had power to bind them, the rulers of the land? What obligations had they to their serfs and bondsmen? No remedy can be as effectual for such thoughts, but that which is said to have been tried upon the Sicilian masters in the days of Timoleon, the becoming serfs and bondsmen themselves. In this case, we are told, it was effectual. Manasseh humbled himself, turned to the Lord God of Israel, was brought back to Jerusalem, another man. Probably he was able to effect a very partial cure of the evils which he had caused, and of the confusion from which the land must have been suffering during his captivity. The short reign of his son is represented as not less corrupt than the greater part of his own had been. It was ended by conspiracy and assassination. Josiah, a boy of 8 years old, was left. There may have been a promise of good in himself from his childhood, but the first years of his reign must have exhibited all the crimes and miseries which had been ripening for more than half a century. To this period, the prophet Zephaniah belongs. In the opening of his book, we are told that the word of the Lord came to him in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon. We have a right to suppose that they were his earliest days, for this book does not allude to any symptoms of reformation. The sentences with which it commences are all indicative of coming woes and present idolatry. I will utterly consume all things from off the land, saith the Lord. I will consume man and beast. I will consume the fowls of the heaven, and the fishes of the sea, and the stumbling blocks with the wicked. And I will cut off man from the land, saith the Lord. I will also stretch out my hand on Judah, and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And I will cut off the remnant of Baal from this place, and the name of the Chamarims with the priests. And them that worship the hosts of heaven upon the housetops, and them that worship and swear by the Lord, and that swear by Malcolm, and them that are turned back from the Lord, and them that have not sought the Lord, nor have inquired for him. All these different classes of evildoers, the prophets, priests, and devotees of the old Phoenician worship, those of the new Sabaean or Babylonian worship, those who had nominally adhered to the worship of Jehovah, but secretly swore by some other name, those that, without any forms of false religion, had become utterly indifferent, heartless, unbelieving, are warned that a day of the Lord is at hand, a great sacrifice to which he had bidden his guests. There is a vagueness in the prophet's description of the approaching calamity. But he is vague no longer when he speaks of the evils which the day of the Lord is to bring to light and punish. He is as distinct as any of his predecessors in declaring that it would disturb them, who are settled on their lees, who say, "The Lord will not do good or do evil." He says that the princes and the king's children and those who were clothed with strange apparel, that is to say, all the proud and luxurious courtiers, those that leap on the threshold and fill their masters' houses with violence and deceit, that is to say, the tools of injustice, legal or military, who violated the sanctity of the humble man's dwelling to obtain treasures for their employers, those who dreamed that their silver and their gold would be able to deliver them in the day of the Lord's wrath, all would be guests at this sacrifice. Their goods would become a booty, and their homes a desolation. Instead of the ordinary cry of the seller, there would be a cry from one gate and a howling from another that the enemy was approaching. They would walk like bewildered blind men. Their blood would be poured out as dust, and their flesh as the dung. These heaviest threatenings apply to Judah and Jerusalem, but such a day as this would affect them just because it would affect all the nations. In this sense, Zephaniah, like every other prophet, is a leveler. The people of God has to take its lot among the other people. Its sin brings the same punishment as theirs. The only difference is that its sins are represented as more cardinal, more radical than those of all others. There is in them more of a conscious disobedience. They spring from a more direct resistance to a will which has revealed itself, has made its righteousness and mercy visible in acts. Zephaniah proceeds to speak of this judgment as one that would make Gaza forsaken and Ashkelon a desolation, which would drive out Ashdod at the noonday and root up Ekron, which would bring woe upon the inhabitants of the seacoast, and destroy the land of the Philistines, which would cause Moab to be as Sodom, and the children of Ammon as Gomorrah, which would slay the Ethiopians with the sword, finally, which would destroy Assyria and make Nineveh a desolation. Chapter 2, verses 4 through 13. And yet here, the same paradox encounters us which we have met with elsewhere. A vision of blessedness to the chosen race, to the Jews already in captivity, as well as to those who might hereafter go into it, seems to come out of this unexpected ruin. The deserted seacoast shall be for the remnant of the houses of Judah. In the houses of Ashkelon shall they lie down in the evening. The residue of my people shall possess the land from which Ammonites and Moabites have been cast out. Were such promises to comfort those that were dwelling in the security that they were the blessed of the Lord, and that all others were cursed and hated by him? No, they were to comfort the meek of the earth, those who were seeking righteousness and seeking meekness, those who desired to see righteousness and meekness triumphant over wrong and violence, were to learn that this was the end of all these punishments, that they were to bring down the haughtiness of the Jews as much as Gentiles, to crush them in themselves, that they might become faithful witnesses of God. If a remnant of their own tribes would take possession of villages and coasts from which the races about them had been cast out, it would not be until they had shared their misery and been taught to know that their God was not one of those carnal, separate gods whom men set up, but was the God, who ordered the times before appointed and the bounds of men's habitation, that in every place they might be led to seek him. No sorrow could be too tremendous, which fixed the truth in the minds of the Israelites, that they were to be a bond of peace to all lands, not at once the imitators and the pattern of their hatreds. Therefore, when Zephaniah had foretold the cutting off of the nations, the desolation of their towers, the emptying of their cities, he says to Israel, I will take away out of the midst of thee them that rejoice in thy pride, and thou shalt no more be haughty because of mine holy mountain. I will also leave in the midst of thee an afflicted and poor people, and they shall trust in the name of the Lord. The remnant of Israel shall not do iniquity, nor speak lies, neither shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouth. Chapter 3, verses 11 through 13. He had already uttered another promise, which Israelites might well claim, but which they could not limit to themselves. For then I will turn to the people a pure language, that they may call upon the name of the Lord, to serve him with one consent. Verse 9. Such an expectation of a universal kingdom, the prophet knew, must be the most consolatory of all to those who were sorrowful in the solemn assembly, to whom the reproach of Israel was a burden. They would feel that a blessing to all nations was the highest blessing which they could desire themselves, that when it was fulfilled, they should know that the King of Israel, even the Lord, was in the midst of them, and that he had turned back their captivity from before their eyes. It is not a new, and certainly it is a very reasonable supposition, that these earnest exhortations of Zephaniah may have been at least one influence in bringing about the great Reformation which commenced in the 18th year of King Josiah's reign. His name, however, does not occur in the passage of the Book of Kings which describes that Reformation. The book of the law of the Lord, it seems, had become a strange and unknown book, even to Shaphan the scribe and to Hilkiah the priest. When Hilkiah read it before the king, we are told that he rent his clothes and said, Inquire of the Lord for me, and for the people, and for all Judah, concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened to the words of this book, to do all that is written concerning us. The person they consult is not Zephaniah, who may, perhaps, have gone to his rest, but Huldah the prophetess. She declares that the words of the book of the law would be fulfilled against Judah and Jerusalem, but that the king, whose heart was tender, and who had humbled himself, should not see all the evil which should be brought on that place. 2 Kings chapter 22. The Reformation was searching and vigorous, in proportion to the humiliation and shame which had preceded it. It was grounded upon an acknowledgment of the covenant which the living God had made with the people. All the vessels that had been made for Baal and for the grove, and the chariots of the sun, were burnt with fire. The idolatrous priests were put down. The high places were defiled. The altars which Ahaz and Manasseh had set up were broken in pieces, and their dust cast into the brook Kidron. Every relic of the Solomon idolatry was extinguished. The images in Samaria and Bethel were treated like those in Jerusalem. The moral abominations which had accompanied these idolatries, and the different forms of devil worship which had prevailed in all parts of the land, were rooted out so far as it was possible for a king to root them out. Finally, the king commanded all the people, saying, Keep the Passover unto the Lord your God, as it is written in the book of the covenant. This great pledge of the national unity seems to have been hailed by the people in the distant parts of the land more than it was in Hezekiah's days, when the Samaritans could still cling to their separate king and their private altars. For the historian says, Surely there was not holden such a Passover from the days of the judges that judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor of the kings of Judah. As Huldah the prophetess declared, the terrible judgment which Zephaniah saw overhanging the land did not come upon it in the days of Josiah, but a calamity was at hand, and the king himself was the author of it. It was the precursor of all those which his repentance had delayed. Like the best of his predecessors, the young king could not resist the vanity of speculating upon the relations of the great powers to each other, and of plunging into foreign wars. While Asia was in tumult, it was not unnatural that Egypt should seem to him his most formidable enemy. He fancied he could resist it. He went out against Pharaoh Necho, and his servants carried him in a chariot, dead, from Megiddo, and brought him to Jerusalem, and buried him in his own sepulchre. This was the beginning of a temporary Egyptian ascendancy. His son Jehoahaz reigned but 3 months in Jerusalem, and Pharaoh Necho put him in bonds at Riblah in the land of Hamath, and he went to Egypt and died there. Zephaniah's predictions were partially fulfilled. Princes and kings were becoming guests at a sacrifice. Their goods were becoming a booty, and their houses a desolation. It seemed as if Egypt might be the enslaver of the children as it had been of the fathers. For Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim king in the room of Jehoahaz his father, and turned his name into Jehoiakim. And Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh. But he taxed the land to give the money according to the commandment of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land, of everyone according to his taxation, to give it unto Pharaoh Necho. 2 Kings chapter 23, verses 31 through 35. But a day of the Lord was at hand, for Pharaoh as well as for the kings of Judah. In his days Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, and Jehoiakim became his servant 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him. And the Lord sent against him bands of the Chaldees, and bands of the Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the children of Ammon, and sent them against Judah to destroy it, according to the word of the Lord, which he spake by his servants the prophets. Surely at the commandment of the Lord came this upon Judah, to remove them out of his sight, for the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he did, and also for the innocent blood that he shed. For he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, which the Lord would not pardon. 2 Kings chapter 24, verses 1 through 4. This passage describes, in the first place, the eruption of different inorganic bands of freebooters. The time of it may correspond to the time of that Scythian domination of which Herodotus speaks. In such an anarchy, waifs and relics of the different nations which had been extinguished by the Assyrian Empire would be gathered together. What the Greek historian describes under one vague general name would present itself to each particular land as a collection of different neighboring tribes, one more conspicuous and civilized than the rest as its leader. Nebuchadnezzar now first presents himself to us as the head and representative of the Chaldean race, as the organizer of these loose bands into a new empire, as the conqueror of Egypt, as the Babylonian ruler of his day. For the full interpretation of his commission and of the reign of Jehoiakim, we must turn to the prophet Jeremiah. But there is another prophet whose visions seem to refer precisely to this period, who describes the Chaldeans, not as they would appear to one who lived in an earlier time when they were connected with the older Asiatic civilization, nor yet at a later, when Nebuchadnezzar's empire had been completely consolidated. No date is assigned to the prophecy of Habakkuk in any part of his book, but the following passage has determined eminent critics, apparently with the best reason, to connect it with this crisis of the national history. Behold ye among the heathen, and regard, and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told you. For lo, I raise up the Chaldeans, that bitter and hasty nation, which shall march through the breadth of the land, to possess the dwelling places that are not theirs. They are terrible and dreadful. Their judgment and their dignity shall proceed of themselves. Their horses also are swifter than the leopards, and are more fierce than the evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteneth to eat. They shall come all for violence. Their faces shall sup up as the east wind, and they shall gather the captivity as the sand. and they shall scoff at the kings, and the princes shall be a scorn unto them. They shall deride every stronghold, for they shall heap dust and take it. Then shall his mind change, and he shall pass over and offend, imputing this his power unto his God. In the following chapter, the picture is somewhat changed. We have still the same clear and living indications of a lawless, reckless race. But along with these, there is the image of a great conqueror who is coveting an evil covetousness to himself, that he may set his nest on high and be delivered from the power of evil, of one who is building a town with blood and establishing a city with iniquity, and of one who is making the people to labor in the very fire, and the people to weary for very vanity, of one who is saying to the wood, Awake, and to the dumb stone, Arise, and it shall teach, for it is laid over with gold and silver. Such a description would admirably accord with the words of Nebuchadnezzar. Is not this great Babylon which I have built? It would point out the tasks which he was imposing on the people whom he had vanquished, whilst he was establishing himself in his palace and introducing new images into his temple. Whilst the old Babel kingdom of Assyria was sinking, and prophets were singing of its ruin, Habakkuk, from his watchtower, beheld this new Babel kingdom coming forth into the world, its birth fittingly celebrated by the shouts of the Chaldean plunderers and by the death groans of their victims. O Lord, thus the prophet speaks when this new vision dawns upon him. O Lord, how long shall I cry, and thou wilt not hear, even cry out unto thee of violence, and thou wilt not save? Why dost thou show me iniquity, and cause me to behold grievance? For spoiling and violence are before me, and there are that raise up strife and contention. Therefore the law is slacked, and judgment doth never go forth, for the wicked doth compass about the righteous. Therefore wrong judgment proceedeth. Chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. Josiah's reformation had taken place between the time of Zephaniah and Habakkuk. There had been pledges and foretastes of a righteous government upon the earth, all, as it seemed, in vain. The good king was hardly taken from the land before it was given up to ruffians who mocked at law and right and did whatever was in the power of their hands. The prophet is cast down, but not in despair. He cries out, Art thou not from everlasting, O Lord my God, mine Holy One? We shall not die. O Lord, thou hast ordained them for judgment, and, O mighty God, thou hast established them for correction. He knew that that was true, and there was comfort in the knowledge. But a man cannot sustain himself on a maxim or a proposition. He must speak out his doubt and his anguish. Thou art of purer eyes than to behold evil, and canst not look on iniquity. Wherefore thou lookest upon them that deal treacherously, and holdest thy tongue when the wicked devoureth the man that is more righteous than he, and makest men as fishes of the sea, as the creeping things that have no ruler over them. They take up all of them with the angle, they catch them in their net, and gather them in their drag. Therefore they rejoice and are glad. Therefore they sacrifice unto their net, and burn incense into their drag, because by them their portion is fat, and their meat plenteous. Shall they therefore empty their net, and not spare continually to slay the nations? Chapter 1, verses 12 through 17. A heathen, and alas, how many a Christian, would be afraid thus to reason with God concerning his judgments. He would cover his practical unbelief and inward murmuring with the hollow phrases, No doubt all is for the best. It is the will of God and must be right. The Jewish prophet believed in God as a person and not as a dark, blank fate, and therefore he could boldly say, I know this is not right. Oh, thou who art altogether right, explain to me the contradictions in thy universe, and tell me why thou sufferest evil to dwell in it. Let me not have words to solve the dark enigmas of fact, but give me some ground upon which I can stand when all is reeling and shaking around me. And let it be a ground upon which I may rest my hope, not for myself only, but for my race upon which these oppressors are trampling. The prayer was heard. The words which I have taken for my text give the answer. His soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. The secret of all Chaldean and Babylonian oppression lies there. The man is lifted up in himself. He thinks he has something of his own upon which he may exalt himself. Therefore he treats human beings as if they were creeping things or fishes of the sea. There lies the secret of the life of an Israelite. He shall live by his faith. Feeling and knowing himself to be nothing, he is obliged to cast himself wholly upon God. And anything which takes away that self-confidence, and anything which brings forth that faith, is blessed, is divine. Let the outward aspects of it be as dark, let the inward anguish which it produces be as terrible as it may. Here is the solution of the riddles of the universe. Here is the key to God's dark and inscrutable ways. Not a solution which we can report to as if it were a formula of ready application, which may stifle questioning and set our minds at ease. Not a key such as empirics and diviners use, pretending that they know all the words of every mystery and can open it at their pleasure, but one to which the humble and the meek can always resort when most baffled, when most ignorant, one which helps them to welcome their own tribulations and to see in the tribulations of the world a sure witness that the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. In this spirit Habakkuk stands and waits. He writes the vision and makes it plain upon tables, that he that runneth may read it, that men in after days may know how their forefathers have suffered and sorrowed, and may know where they could not find, and where they did find, deliverance. He does not see the end of the vision. He does not ask to see. There is yet an appointed time. To tarry is his task. Yes, and his privilege. For no sudden discovery could give him the simple dependence, the thorough confidence to which he is trained amidst clouds and darkness. Out of that darkness there rises, not some Atlantis, some island of the blessed, whither men may fly from the misery that is about them. He says, God came from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. Selah. His glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise, and his brightness was as the light. He had horns coming out of his hand, and there was the hiding of his power. Chapter 3, verses 3 and 4. The land in which he dwelt, the mountains on which he had looked from childhood, these, and not some far-off world, spoke to him of the divine presence. God was there, and this God was he who had delivered his people, who cared for the poor and needy, who had declared war against the proud and oppressor, to see the pestilence and burning coals working as his ministers, the everlasting mountains swallowed at his word, the rivers cleaving the earth, the sun and moon standing still, or moving at the light of his arrows. This was fearful. It made his lips quiver and his hands tremble. Yet this sight gave him rest in the day of trouble. At the root of confusion was eternal order. Every dark power in nature, every human will, must work out the purposes of eternal love. Although the fig tree shall not blossom, neither shall fruit be in the vines, the labor of the olive shall fail, and the fields shall yield no meat. The flock shall be cut off from the fold, and there shall be no herd in the stalls. Yet I will rejoice in the Lord. I will joy in the God of my salvation. Chapter 3, verses 17 and 18. The saddest of all prophecies ends with a song. The stringed instruments give out a music which is deeper than all the discords and wailings of creation. Brethren, may it be granted to us, with purged ears, to hear that music. May it have an echo in our inmost hearts. We shall hear it best, we shall join in it most fervently, when we have confessed how little fruit we have ourselves brought forth to God, when we have mourned over the dryness and barrenness of God's church. Then, when we have felt how death is written upon all things, we shall begin to know the power of the risen life. We shall understand the truth. Jesus Christ was crucified in the flesh, that he might be quickened in the spirit, and that, together with his own body, he might quicken us and the whole universe. End of Sermon 21.
Sermon 22 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brandon B. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Temptation, the School of the Prophet. Lincoln's Inn, 4th Sunday after Easter, May 9th, 1852. Jeremiah 1, verses 6 through 9. Then I said, Ah, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. But the Lord said unto me, Say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I command thee, thou shalt speak. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. It is not improbable that Jeremiah was almost a child when he spoke these words. The earliest of the prophets was called to his office when he was girded with the linen ephod which Hannah had made for him. The king of the land at the time when the word of the Lord first came to Jeremiah was a child, and yet knew that he was destined to do a great work. Josiah had clear evidence that he was designated to his task before his birth. It devolved upon him simply because he was the heir of the house of David. The like assurance came in another way to the young priest of Anathoth. To him it was revealed, Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee. Before thou camest out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. I do not believe it would have been possible for either of them, when he became a man, to have suffered life without this conviction. If the king had thought that he held his power because there were some special virtues in him which entitled him to it, if Jeremiah had fancied that he was a prophet because there was in him a certain aptitude for uttering divine discourses and foreseeing calamities, who can tell the wariness and loathing which each would have felt for his task when it led to no seeming result, except the dislike of all against or for whom it was exercised? Still more when the powers and graces which were supposed to be qualifications for it became consciously feeble. Nothing but a witness, the more sure for being secret. Thou was marked and sealed for this function before thou hadst done good or evil. All thy powers are endowments to fit thee for fulfilling thy vocation, but do not constitute it. They may perish. The comfort and inward satisfaction in the work may perish. It may produce nothing but pain to thyself and to those who are brought within thy influence. Or harder still, it may be regarded with utter indifference and contempt by others, till thou almost are taught to despise thyself. Still the words must be spoken, the acts must be done, for they are not thy words or thy acts. Nothing, I say, but such a persuasion as this, written and rewritten in a man's heart, could sustain him against the conflicts outward and inward which pursue the righteous king and the true prophet. In proportion, then, as a man had to sustain a more than usual amount of such conflicts, one might suppose that his discipline would begin early, that there would be intimidations to him in boyhood, which would assure him afterwards that he had not rushed into his office through some momentary impulse, but that a hand, which he could not shrink from or shake off, had been leading him, drawing him, even dragging him forwards, while he was most reluctant and would most readily have gone some other way. This conclusion is strengthened by some evidence in the case of Jeremiah. Considering the time to which he lived, he must have been young in the 13th year of Josiah, young enough to make the most literal sense of the expression in the text a reasonable one. Nevertheless, I cannot think that the force of it depends upon that evidence. The feelings which Jeremiah experienced now were those which Moses experienced when he was 80 years old. He who said, "I am not eloquent, neither heretofore nor since thou hast spoken to me," said in fact, "I am a child, only able to lisp the words that thou wouldest have me utter in the ears of Pharaoh and of my countrymen, a helpless stranger in an inhospitable world." When Jeremiah was 80 years old, I do not suppose that he would have used these words with less sense of their truth than when he first felt the divine compulsion. All the intermediate time he was only learning more thoroughly how true they were, and how true the answer to them was. No doubt there was something in the character and temperament of the man which made this language more natural to him than it was to Moses. The meekness that was attributed to him must have been of slow growth, brought out by a long discipline. All his early acts exhibit him to us as fervid and vehement. Traces of that disposition appear even in his latest years. Jeremiah has a kind of feminine tenderness and susceptibility. Strength was to be adduced out of a spirit which was inclined to be timid and shrinking. Think of such a vision as this being presented to a mind cast in that mold. "See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out, and to pull down, and to destroy, and to throw down, to build, and to plant." At first we should be disposed to say, such words can never have applied in their strict and literal import to any seer or teacher. They belong to the warrior and the conqueror. We must explain them by a figure of speech. One who discourses the fall of kingdoms must be represented as himself the overthrower of them. I do not think that either the analogy of language or the facts of the case justify that method of interpretation. If the prophet only talked of what was happening or what was to happen, no poetical license could permit us to confound him with the subverters of thrones and societies. But have we yet to learn that a great teacher or reformer, though he may never take a sword into his hands, does that which swords cannot do? That swordsmen, in fact, only carry out upon the surface that which he is doing underground? The uprooting of the thoughts and principles in which acts originate, the planting the seeds of life which are hereafter to bring forth fruits that all will recognize, are his functions. If he has received any inspiration, any vital power at all, it must be one which enables him to produce a movement at the very heart of human life and society, in a region of which the ordinary statesman knows nothing. We shall find hereafter that Jeremiah did pull down and destroy, and plant, and build, and that his countrymen felt and knew that he did. And at the very commencement of his work, he has an inward certainty that he must be a man of war. The surrounding world, his own people, his nearest kinsfolk, will regard him as their enemy. A strange anticipation for one whose temptation would have been to purchase their goodwill at almost any price, who would have longed to go anywhere that he might avoid strife, Yet so it must be. There is no flight for him into quiet religious contemplation. He cannot persuade himself that he is to prove his difference from his countrymen and his superiority to them by withdrawing from the circle of interest in which they are dwelling. He may pass hours or months of solitude, but he will not be away from the events which are befalling them. He will be more deeply occupied with them. He will be contemplating them with a closeness and intensity to which the mere actors in them are strangers. The poor young priest of Anathoth can in no way sever himself from the policy of nations and rulers. Judah, Egypt, Chaldea, every tribe and power of the earth must be about him in his closet, must enter into his most inward personal experiences and sufferings. There was the law under which every Jewish prophet lived, but in no case is it so vividly exemplified as in Jeremiah. We are brought into more direct personal intercourse with him than with any one of his order. The sensitiveness of his spirit made him more conscious than sterner natures are of shocks from those with whom he was in contact directly, and even through a member of his intermediate hands. The time in which he lived compelled every man to consider what his existence as a Jew meant and what it had to do with his existence as a man. We shall not therefore understand the struggles or aspirations of his individual soul, if we go to the prophecy for the purpose of observing them. He did not think or speak of his soul, but of God. He did not know that he had a soul except so far as God revealed himself to him as the Lord God of Israel. Jeremiah is instructed himself, as he is to instruct others, by signs. The two signs which he tells us of at the commencement of his book presuppose a man full of earnest thoughts and meditations. The sight of a tree tells him that the Lord will hasten his word to perform it. It is not easy to trace the process by which any visible thing suggests to a man a deep conviction, which a long course of experiments is afterwards to establish. Often some slight accident, something in the name or look of the object which any other person would not take notice of, meets with a series of thoughts previously awakened, and leads to a discovery which must have come from another far deeper source. A tree, however, even without such associations, by its orderly growth, by the invisible energy within, foretelling the appearance of fruits in their appointed season, was perhaps of all the symbols the one which would be most likely to remind him of a power as remote from mere sensible observation, as certain to produce sensible effects, which was working in the acts of men and the changes of the world. The other image was still more obvious. A seething pot with its face towards the north told him that out of the north an evil should break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. We have heard what strange elements were boiling and fermenting in the north. Zephaniah had seen them in a distant vision, but he could not tell whether Egypt might be the destined successor of Assyria. Habakkuk clearly saw that Chaldea was the appointed scourge. Jeremiah is shown at the very commencement of his work, when the king and his advisers thought the pharaohs were their chief remaining enemies, that the seething pot had not its face in that direction. This revelation also clearly points to that gathering of bands, that mixture of different races, in the attack upon Palestine, which was described in the passage I quoted last Sunday from the Book of Kings. Lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, and they shall come. But the issue of the struggle is one which even Habakkuk did not foresee. They shall set every one his throne at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Judah. This was the outward event for which the prophet was to prepare himself and his people. But he was not chiefly to speak of that. The event itself was as much a sign as the almond tree or the seething pot. It denoted an internal condition of the nation and a design of him who was the ruler of it. I will utter my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have burnt incense unto other gods, and worshipped the works of their own hands. We perceive as much from the words of the prophet as the history, that this idolatry has now become deep and radical. We do not hear chiefly of altars raised to Baal or the Queen of Heaven, but of the result to which these altars have been leading. The state of mind which was latent in them, and which they brought forth into full conscious activity, is represented as an apostate state, not so much as an adoption of false gods as a denial of the true. There is a very great practical difference between the frivolous, heartless taste for foreign novelties, which was denounced by the earlier prophets, and the utter incapacity for acknowledging a God not appealing to the senses which Jeremiah discovers in his contemporaries. He boldly sets up the faith of the heathen as a lesson to the Israelites. Pass over to the isles of Chittim and see, and send unto Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there be such a thing. Hath a nation changed their gods, which yet are no gods? But my people hath changed their glory for that which doth not profit. He perceives among all the heathen people a tenacity of the traditions they had received from their fathers. They were clinging to names and forms which had no substance in themselves. Still, in so far as they were inherited, the affection for them was a confession of permanence, of something which the worshipper did not make for himself. But they to whom the permanent being had revealed himself, they to whom he had chosen as his witnesses to all the nations that he is and that he abides, they were always seeking to shake off the feeling of his reality as if it were an oppression, and to set up self-chosen symbols in place of him. Hosea was taught what the dispersion of the tribes would mean, by the infidelity and revolt of his wife. Jeremiah is taught to understand what is coming upon Judah by the same terrible analogy. Thus saith the Lord, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth, the love of thy espousals, when thou wentst after me in the wilderness, in a land which was not sown. Amidst all the variations of the discourse which follows, this is evidently the key note. The thought of a divorce between creatures and their Creator, willfully affected by the determination of the creatures not to acknowledge their relation to their Creator, by their determination to create gods for themselves, reoccurs to him continually, and always with fresh astonishment and awe. If the tenderness of his spirit disposed him to dwell upon this kind of illustration, if he grew up more feelingly alive to the truth of it, as bonds of friendship and kinsmanship were in his own case dissolved, yet there is a fear and amazement lying beneath all his gentler emotions, and making language which would be more pathetic than any of his predecessors, at times more stern and terrible. The reason, I believe, is one from which we may draw great consolation. The discoveries and revelations to the minds of the prophets became deeper in proportion as they approached nearer to some great crisis in their country's history. It was possible for the Israelite of an earlier time, even for an instructed Israelite, to think of the covenant which God had made with his people as an act of grace, expressing, no doubt, the mind of a gracious being, but still almost as arbitrary. We have seen how Isaiah was gradually educated to show that the covenant denoted a real and eternal relation between God and man in the person of a mediator. If that truth is not brought out with the same force and distinctness in Jeremiah, if he is not in the same sense as the other, the evangelical prophet, yet he had an even deeper conviction that a divine spirit was with him continually. A spirit which was seeking to subdue his will and all wills to itself. That men should break loose from this gracious government, should choose to be independent of it, seemed to him the saddest and strangest thing in the world. It was not the casting off of an outward legal yoke, it was the refusing to be under a scepter of love. It was a fight in the innermost sanctuary of man's being against good and for evil. A determination that not God, but the opposite of God, the enemy of God, should have the homage of the heart and reins. And yet at the same time he was learning from his own experience how natural it was for the spirit of man to engage in this strife. How often was he conscious of it in himself? How often the thraldom of love was galling to him? How ready was he at one moment to disbelieve in the very existence of the power which at another presented itself to him with an overwhelming evidence, humbled him, elevated him, made him able to teach or defy the people of the earth. Suppose he could have thought, as religious men often think in our day, that these inward battles were confined to him and a few rare and select persons, and that it was altogether an absurdity and a profaniness to speak of them as having any connection with the wild, ungodly people about him. He would have never poured out his lamentations over Jerusalem or been a prophet to the nations. But the only singularity which he could claim was this, that he was taught to observe in himself what was going on in other men who did not observe it. He dares not say that the Spirit which was speaking to him, demanding his submission, offering him the promise and blessings of obedience, was not striving also with his countrymen. The message to them was this: Go and proclaim these words toward the north, and say, Return, thou backsliding Israel, saith the Lord, and I will not cause mine anger to fall upon you. For I am merciful, saith the Lord, and I will not keep anger forever. Only acknowledge thine iniquity, that thou hast transgressed against the Lord thy God, and hast scattered thy ways to the strangers under every green tree, and ye have not obeyed my voice, saith the Lord. Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Lord, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city, and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion, and I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. These words, you perceive, are addressed to the north. They affirm that a mysterious bond, which no sin of theirs had been able to break, united even those tribes which were gone into captivity to the God of Abraham, that he was still holding intercourse with them and seeking to bring their hearts back to himself. All religious people have felt that the bond which Jeremiah speaks cannot be an outward or formal one, that his words denote the most inward spiritual relationship. Their inference is that Israel cannot mean Israel, that it must mean believing men. They are so convinced that a relationship cannot exist between God and those who are not confessing it, that they will practice any outrage upon the inspired utterances of prophets and apostles rather than permit them to proclaim what according to this theory is a flagrant contradiction. But we must violate more than the letter of Jeremiah's prophecy if we hold it to be a contradiction. All his most bitter and painful inward experiences were teaching him that if he only trusted in God because he was a faithful man, he could not really trust in him at all. The deceitfulness of other men's hearts became known to him through the deceitfulness of his own. His unwillingness to speak any more words in God's name enabled him to understand the rebellion of his countrymen. He needed to have the precious and the vile separated in himself, that he might teach all Israelites how the good seed in them might be made victorious over their evil nature, when they acknowledged that the one was all of God, the other all their own. He had to be delivered from his own false confidences again and again, before he could teach the rich man not to glory in his riches, or the wise man in his wisdom, but all to glory in knowing him who executed righteousness and truth in the earth. The first chapter of Jeremiah, like that of Isaiah, is an introduction to the book. The next 5 to the beginning of the 7th may belong to his life before he left Anathoth. The discourse with which the 7th opens was preached, he says, at the gate of the Lord's house in Jerusalem. As we advance further, the book becomes more obviously and directly mixed with historical details. The first of these portions we may reasonably refer to the 5 years between the 13th and the 18th year of Josiah's reign, before his reformation had begun. There is no hint of any improvement. The prophet sought in vain for a man in Jerusalem who executed judgment and desired the truth. The poor men and the great men had equally broken the yoke and cast aside the bonds. None could stand in the old ways and ask for the old paths. Such a description answers well to the time when the book of the law was a treasure unknown to the priests, scribes, and king. But the utter hollowness which the prophet lays bare, the deep-seated inward corruption, above all, the utter vanity of the priests and prophets, he could not expect to see cured by any outward return to the services of the temple, any formal reverence for the book of the law. "Circumcise your hearts," is the cry of Jeremiah. If that cry was not heeded, the prophets might promise them peace. They might turn to Assyria or to Egypt to save them. But all would be in vain. The wound of the daughter of Zion could not be healed by empty words or by foreign medicines. However, therefore, Jeremiah may have sympathized with the zeal and nobleness of the king, and he speaks of him after his death with affectionate reverence, it does not seem that he hoped much for his reform, or that he had any commission to encourage him in it, further than as all right and brave words must encourage all right and brave acts. Some of the incidental consequences of that reform, or, it would be more correct to say, the necessary consequences of the previous state of the people's mind, when Josiah had ruffled its surface without disturbing its depths, Jeremiah was called to denounce. Perhaps not in the days of Josiah, but in those of his successors, he was sent to preach at the temple door against those whose new-found zeal was making the sacredness of the temple a plea for formalism and self-righteous security. We shall find also that the reverence for the book of the law, which the young king had promoted, was leading to self-conceit and the fancy that the book had some charm and power of its own, apart from the living wisdom which was in it. How do ye say, "We are wise, and the law of the Lord is with us"? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. Lo, they have rejected the word of the Lord, and what wisdom is in them? But the greatest cause of dismay to Jeremiah, both before and after this external change, was the falsehood of the priests and prophets. He did not grow up in Jerusalem within sight of the temple. In a country district he was likely to feel with greater liveliness than in a city all the impressions and associations which belong to a member of the Levitical tribe. Are we to suppose that when he became a man he threw these influences and associations aside, forgot that he was a priest, strove to regard himself merely as one of the people, every one of whom was holy? Had he done so, he would have found a number to sympathize with him, whose consciousness had been revolted by the inconsistencies and corruptions of the priests, who were impatient of the restraints which their existence seemed to prescribe. Jeremiah was not to find any such disciples. He thought more of the sacredness of the order than the other members of it. It was because their position seemed to him so very awful and responsible that he provoked their rage by telling them how they forgot the covenant of the Lord, how little they believed that he was in the midst of them. It was their unbelief, not their belief, which he complained of, their low estimate of their calling, not their exaggeration of it. No doubt he believed that the deepest sympathy with the sorrows and sins of the people, the humblest judgment of themselves, was demanded of those who offered sacrifices for the sins of the people, who were compassed about with their infirmities. No doubt the official or personal self-conceit which arose from their forgetfulness of their relation to the people at large was one of the greatest offenses in his eyes. But these sins arose from their not confessing that they were called by the Lord to be witnesses of his sympathy. Whenever they were not witnesses for him, they were necessarily proud and self-seeking. Jeremiah, therefore, could only be qualified for this part of his work, or for any other part of it, by feeling in himself every one of those evil tendencies which he imputed to the priests generally. He had to feel all the particular temptations of his tribe and class to vanity, self-glorification, self-indulgence, to feel how quickly they might fall into all the commonest, grossest habits of other men, while there is also a subtle, radical, internal wickedness. The secret source of the overt acts which the law takes notice of, that is nearer to them than to those whose offerings they present. Fearful discovery! The man to whom it is made must see the abyss of evil at times closer to his own feet than it can be to those who live more on the outside of things, and have never been taught to look at their properties and principles. The false prophet was even a more fearful spectacle to Jeremiah than the godless priest. We have seen how Micah trembled at the mysterious evil and the mysterious power of this class of deceivers who were trafficking with the word of the Lord, speaking a lie and saying, "He hath said it." That was terrible, but to see that the Spirit of God himself was with them and in them, that they were bidding him depart from them, that they were giving themselves up to an evil spirit with a kind of reckless unbelief, of half-serious atheism. This was a darker vision. It was the one which rose up full upon the mind of Jeremiah, and which made him look upon the false prophet at once the type of the depravity of his nation, and the mightiest instrument in cultivating it and hastening on the desolation which would be the consequence of it. Yet here again it was a prophet, and only a prophet, who could have entered into the sin of the prophets. If he had not believed in an actual divine teaching and commission and inspiration, in a power mightier than all external power whatever, he could not have perceived what this prostitution of it signified, if he had not been himself in danger every hour of prostituting it himself to his own purposes, and had not been certain that only God himself could preserve him from that peril, he might have raved at the mischiefs which the false seers wrought in the land. He could never have followed their mischiefs up to their source. Brethren, I may speak to you hereafter of Jeremiah as the teacher of Israel in the reigns of Jehoiakim and Zedekiah. Let me speak of him today as the teacher of us, the English priests, the prophets, and people, in the reign of Queen Victoria. Or, if there are some thoughts rising out of this subject, too sacred and awful to dwell upon in any public assembly, then let me beseech you to desire for your own sakes, and for ours, that we may think of them when we are not discoursing to others, but are alone with our own hearts and with God. Let me call upon you very solemnly not to regard the follies and sins which you discover continually in those who minister to you as light things, which you may make a jest of, which you may dwell upon, as proofs that those who are bound by holy professions are not better than others, which you may exult in because they cause any evils or falsehoods of yours to look less black. Be assured that if we are trivial, the whole land becomes infected with triviality. If we are insincere in our dealings with God, that insincerity will be reproduced in all the ordinary relations of life. If the priest draws nigh to the altar with an unbelieving heart, you will find the statesman base and treacherous in the council chamber and the senate. If the prophet or preacher speaks words in God's name merely to please or injure men, the clerk and the shopkeeper will be fraudulent likewise. Is there a danger that we shall play with the most dreadful words as if they were counters? Shall use the names of heaven and hell, and of God himself, as if they were instruments of our trade? Is there a danger that there shall be nothing answering in our acts to our words, that we shall be more groveling than ordinary men in one, in proportion as we are more magnificent in the other? An infinite danger, a danger to be averted by no contrivances, not by flying from the world that we may be above it, not by mixing with it, lest we shall be puffed up with spiritual pride. God only knows which course is the safer or the more perilous. In general, it seems wiser to take that which the tradition of our country suggests, because it implies least of self-will and self-dependence. But either way we shall be tempted to vanity, servility, untruth. Oh, if you have ever learnt any truth, or received any nobler impulse from any of us, or if, wanting that personal motive, you care for the well-being of your country, ask him who has promised to hear, that he will give us firmer wills, more childlike hearts, greater boldness in denouncing evil because it is hateful to God and destructive of men, greater tenderness for the evils of others because we feel them bitterly in ourselves. Ask that our lips may be silent if we cannot speak words of health, and that we may not call upon you to make sacrifices, if we are not willing to offer ourselves as sacrifices in his name, who is the high priest of the whole family in heaven and earth. End of Sermon 22. Sermon 23 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brandon B. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The Potter's Work. Lincoln's Inn, Sunday after Ascension. May 23rd, 1852. Jeremiah 28, verses 1 through 6. the word which came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Arise, and go down to the potter's house, and there will I cause thee to hear my words. Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels. And the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hands of the potter. So he made it again another vessel, and it seemed good to the potter to make it. Then the word of the Lord came to me, saying, O house of Israel, cannot I do with you as this potter? Saith the Lord. Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are ye in mine hand, O house of Israel. I have spoken of the two signs by which Jeremiah was instructed in the gradual and certain fulfillment of God's purposes in the woe which was coming upon his people from the north. There are other signs scattered throughout the book, some merely addressed to the prophet himself, some which he was to shew the people or to make use of as parables for their instruction. A girdle which he hid in the hole of a rock till it was marred and profitable for nothing, taught him how close and intimate had been the bond between God and his people, and how, through their own act, all fellowship between him and them had been destroyed. In each of these cases, in the last especially, much pains are taken to impress the force of the sign upon the prophet's mind. He must actually wear the girdle. He must take a journey to the Euphrates to hide it. He is not allowed to think of it as a fancy which has struck him, and which he may let go or exchange for some other. He must exhaust the full meaning of it before he has done with it. The study of it must be a serious occupation, suspended perhaps for a time, but to be taken up again, the first thought suggested being part of a chain to which the last is linked. I apprehend this was a very wonderful education of a man's spirit, one which may supply very precious hints into ourselves for the discipline of our own. What we want in every occupation is some means of preserving the continuity of our thoughts, some resistance to the influences which are continually distracting and dissipating them. But it is especially the student of the events of his own time, of the laws which regulate them, of the issues which are to proceed from them, who has need to be reminded that he is not studying a number of loose, unconnected phenomena, but is tracing a principle under different aspects and through different manifestations. A sensible illustration, if we would condescend to avail ourselves of it, would often save us from much vagueness and unreality as well as from hasty and unsatisfactory conclusions. Jeremiah's studies in the potter's house were commenced like those of which I have spoken, deliberately. He felt that he was commanded to go down to it. He was to consider the whole course of the potter's work as one which contained a meaning that he could not dispense with. If not as unsightly an image as the marred girdle, it had at least nothing picturesque to recommend it. An orator would never choose such an instance for the purpose of making an impression on his audience, still less for the purpose of exhibiting his own skill and liveliness. It must be for business, not for amusement, that such a process is observed. Let us consider what Jeremiah's business was, and how the potter might help him in understanding and performing it. Josiah had been thorough as a reformer as it was possible for a king to be. The prophet, it would seem, remained silent while he was carrying on his work. Speech was not needed when there was such vigorous and consistent action. It might have been expected that when the task was completed he would again open his lips in a song of triumph upon its success. But there were prophets enough to perform that service. Those who had followed Manasseh in raising altars to Baal and the Queen of Heaven learned with great rapidity to talk of the temple of the Lord, when Josiah had restored it to be the center of worship. to boast that they had a perfect law when it was brought out of its obscurity, and when the king trembled as he heard the words of it. It was wonderful to hear how these converts caught the tones and phrases of the old prophets now that they were the favorites of the court again, how they could utter their burden, just as Hosea or Isaiah had uttered his. But the tones and phrases were all which could be copied. The actual burden of the old seer was a warning of ruin which the sins of the land must bring forth. The burden of the new seer was peace, peace. The king had restored faith. The land had been reformed. What had they to do but rejoice that such blessings had been vouchsafed, and to expect all the further blessings which were promised to a faithful and righteous nation? Now began the special work of Jeremiah, that one which was to draw upon him such hatred from all among whom he dwelt, and which was to cause him a secret anguish of which they knew nothing. He had to say boldly, "Your faith has not been restored. Your land is not reformed. You have no right to expect the blessings of a faithful nation, for your nation is not faithful. You must look for destruction. You have brought it and are bringing it on yourselves." So much he might perhaps have said and have been pardoned. General charges against a nation are borne without much indignation. They may not be believed. They may be thought troublesome in the utterances of a gloomy temper, but they can be easily evaded. They may even impart a certain pleasure to a certain class and be made reasons for self-congratulation. No doubt what you say is true about the mass of our countrymen. We, the religious men, and the prophets and priests feel it, but what can we do? How comfortable when we can thus sever ourselves from the sins of the world around and make them a foil to shew off our own excellence. It was just this unction which the prophets had administered to their own souls and to the souls of their admiring hearers. It was just this which Jeremiah was to take from them. "It is against you," he said, "the bright exceptions, you the religious men, the priests, the prophets, that I am to testify. You are making the land corrupt. You are doing more than all others to hasten its captivity. For whence come the outward acts of unrighteousness, but from the unrighteous heart and will? And what is an unrighteous heart or will, but a heart or will which has severed itself from a righteous being, and is making another object of worship for itself? Upon them he charges the adulteries, robberies, perjuries of the land. Upon them all the open idolatries in groves and high places, which the people had practiced before Josiah's purification, and into which they would assuredly relapse the moment the external restraint was removed. The distinction, therefore, which seemed to exist between the different classes of Israelites was sternly broken down by the prophet. Or rather, another distinction was set up instead of it. The great moral offenders were declared to be those who exalted themselves into moral teachers, who boasted of spiritual illumination. But was not Jeremiah in the like danger? What right had he to separate himself from the other prophets, if their sin consisted so especially in the effort which they made to separate themselves from other men? You must read and meditate on this book to hear how great this danger was, and how he was delivered from it. You will find him recording very strange experiences indeed, and uttering very strange words. You will sometimes exclaim, "If I had not met with the expression in the Bible, if it had not been attributed to a great prophet, I should have called it wild, almost blasphemous." You will find him calling the Lord of all to witness, "I have not hastened from being a pastor to follow thee. Neither have I desired the woeful day. Thou knowest. That which came out of my lips was right before thee. Be not a terror unto me. Thou art my hope in the day of evil. He had said before, Thy words were found, and I did eat them, and thy word was unto me the joy and rejoicing of my heart. I sat alone because of thy hand, for thou hast filled me with indignation. Why is my pain perpetual, and my wound incurable, which refuseth to be healed? Wilt thou be unto me altogether as a liar, as waters that fail? These last words do not occur only in one place. O Lord, he says, thou hast deceived me, and I was deceived. And again, righteous art thou, O Lord, when I plead with thee. Yet let me talk with thee of thy judgments. Wherefore doth the way of the wicked prosper? Wherefore are all they happy that they deal very treacherously? Thou hast planted them. Yea, they have taken root. They grow. Yea, they bring forth fruit. Brethren, it was this boldness of the prophet, this divine boldness, in laying bare the actual thoughts of his heart, the confusions by which he was tormented, that kept him true, and made him unlike the men whom he denounced and who denounced him. He looked the facts of the world in the face. He could not interpret them. No man could interpret them to him. He looked at that which was going on in himself. There the same puzzles repeated themselves. Nay, were not the puzzles of the outward world rather the echoes and repetitions of those which he discovered within? Must not the explanation of these begin there? Must he not ask the ruler of the inner world to set that right, to purge the eye which was to behold and judge that which was passing around him? Was this not the beginning of reformation? Do I mean that Jeremiah was taught in this way the doctrine which we hear often announced so oracularly? You must reform yourself before you try to reform the world? No, brethren. I believe, on the contrary, that Jeremiah was taught in this way that he could reform himself just as little as he could reform the world. I believe he was taught that his evils were the evils of the world, and that both needed the same kind of reformation, which must be carried on by the same person, in the same method. I believe he was taught that the reformation which his individual soul demanded was the one which could not be effectual for it, if it were not available for his nation and mankind. And this was the lesson which would answer the questionings that God had awakened in his heart, the one which he was to gain from the potter's house. Behold, he wrought a work on the wheels. These wheels, it is said, were two circular stones placed one upon another, the lower fixed, the upper turning on an axis and moved by the feet of the workman. The nature of the machine, however, does not engage the prophet's principal attention. He sees a man engaged in a task to which he is devoting all his thoughts. He designs to make some clay into a vessel of a certain shape. The former pattern is present to his mind. He is fully resolved that the material with which he is working shall come forth in that form and no other. But apparently it disappoints him. One piece of clay after another is marred in his hands. It takes a shape different from that which he would give it. He has to break his vessel again and again. He goes on perseveringly till he has done the thing which he intended to do. He makes again another vessel, as it seemed good to the potter to make it. As Jeremiah pores over the sight, the word of the Lord comes to him. O house of Israel, can I not do with you as this potter? Saith the Lord. Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hands, so are ye in mine hand, O house of Israel. Commentators have no doubt what this must signify. The potter could do what he liked with the clay. He could destroy it if he pleased. So, it is said, God can destroy the Israelitish nation or any nation when and how he pleases. Very well. But when Jeremiah was sent to study the potter's work, he was sent to ascertain not what the potter might do if he liked, but what he liked. He desired to make a vessel of a certain form. That was the end for which he labored. If there is any force or worth in the analogy at all, it must mean that there is a form according to which God is seeking to mold men and nations. It must imply that he is not doing any single act arbitrarily or without reference to a purpose. It must imply that he is patiently, continually working for the accomplishment of this purpose. All such language would be absurd, incredible, contradictory, if we started with the assumption of a dry omnipotence, which is merely uttering decrees respecting human beings as to their condition now or hereafter. It is perfectly consistent with itself and with the whole tenor of Scripture, because here and everywhere men are assumed to have wills, upon which no mere blind mechanical power can operate, but upon which God, a living person, is operating by gracious, mysterious, orderly processes, that he may make them in his own likeness. And if they do not submit to this process, if they persist in not taking the mold which he would give them, then the clay is broken that it may be reformed, that the original intent of the owner of the clay may still be carried out. Here then was the mystery of a people's repentance. If they acknowledged this will which was working upon them, if at any time they yielded to it and desired to be formed by it, this was that conversion and inward change which he was seeking to produce. This was the commencement of that true and radical reformation which would certainly affect in due time the whole surface of life and of society. At what instant? So Jeremiah applies the image. I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy. If that nation, against whom I have pronounced, turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them. Marvelous! That person should see in this symbol nothing but an assertion of the sovereignty of God, of his right to do what he likes with his creatures, while the whole course of the prophet's thought under the divine teaching has been to lead him to think of the order of God's proceedings with men, the methods which he uses to bring them to a knowledge of him and submission to him, the fulfillment of his design, when, and only when, he has produced this voluntary obedience. But there are 2 points in the prophet's application of the sign which especially require to be noticed. The first is that he looks upon this symbol as teaching him the principle of God's government of a people. We might say, all this is very true, no doubt, about an individual. God tries these processes certainly to bring this and that man out of darkness into light, to awaken in him the thought of his evil, to make him conscious of a deliverer. But what has it to do with a nation? That is an outward body, a formal corporation, of which no spiritual emotions can be predicated, which it is absurd in any wise to connect with them. Most absurd undoubtedly, if that is the meaning and definition of a nation, which we have chosen to invent when we depart from all the representations of Scripture respecting it, from all that the conscience of men, when it is most alive, testifies their own nation to be. But the time is come, let us say it boldly, when the Bible must be thrown either into the fire as a worn-out document, or when a nation must be felt to be not a formal corporation, but a spiritual reality. A society of which we can predicate spiritual conditions and spiritual emotions, which can repent and can be reformed as truly as an individual can. Nay, I apprehend that we shall learn some day that the call to individual repentance and the promise of individual reformation has been feeble at one time, productive of turbulent, violent, transitory effects at another, because it has not been part of a call to national repentance, because it has not been connected with a promise of national reformation. We may appeal to men by terrors of a future state. We may use all the machinery of revivalists to awaken them to a concern for their souls. We may produce in them a class of religious men who pursue an object which other men do not pursue. Scarcely a less selfish, often not a less outward object. Who leave the world to take its own course. Who, when they mingle in it, as in time they must do for the sake of business and gain, adopt again its own maxims, and become less righteous than other men in common affairs, because they consider religion too fine a thing to be brought from the clouds to the earth, while yet they do not recognize a lower principle as binding on them. But we must speak again the ancient language that God has made a covenant with the nation, that all citizens are subjects of an unseen and righteous king, if we would have a hearty, inward repentance, which would really bring us back to God, which will turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and of the children to the fathers, which will go down to the roots of our life, changing it from a self-seeking life into a life of humility and love and cheerful obedience, which will bear fruit upwards, giving nobleness to our policy and literature and art, to the daily routine of what we shall no more dare to call our secular existence. You may think at all events I have been betrayed into a deviation from the strict language of the text when I have given it this modern application. Jeremiah, you will say, when he spoke of a nation, meant the chosen nation. He begins with an appeal to the house of Israel. Assuredly he does. I am most anxious to remember it, and that his intention was expressly to prepare his countrymen for a change which would very speedily take place in their own condition. But the second point to which I alluded as so important in this passage was that Jeremiah could not bring the image of the potter's work to bear with its proper force upon Israelites at that moment if he confined the purpose of God within the limits which they had fixed for it. He says, "At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation, and concerning a kingdom to pluck up, and to pull down, and to destroy it. If that nation turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil which I thought to do to them." We do not want the instance of Nineveh, which we considered in a former lecture, or the language of Amos respecting Moab and Ammon, to know how literally any honest Israelite must have interpreted this sentence. For Jeremiah goes on, "And at what instant I shall speak concerning a nation and a kingdom, to build and to plant it, if it do evil in my sight, that it not obey my voice, then I will repent of the good, wherewith I said I would benefit them." Here is that leveling tone which we have traced through all the prophets, which never becomes so emphatical as when they are insisting upon the worth of the divine covenant with the children of Abraham, and are calling upon them to confess it. The prophets uniformly take Israel and its policy as a sample of God's dealing with his creatures, as a witness to them of what he is, and what he is doing with and for the children of men. This was their high calling. It was their privilege and their glory to proclaim by their words, their acts, their very existence, the God who executes righteousness and judgment in the earth. It was because they did not understand this privilege and glory, because at one moment they made themselves like the people round about, stooping to all their groveling, dividing idolatries. At the next, set upon themselves as if they were unlike all the other people and might despise them. In both cases equally denying their covenant and him who had made it with them. That Jeremiah wept in secret places over their pride, that he wished his head were waters and his eyes a fountain of tears. And when the whole truth flashed upon him, as he gazed on the potter, and saw how one piece of clay after another was marred, and yet how the thing he designed was at last done, it came with an awful vision of what was preparing for his land, with a bright vision of what must ultimately follow from every judgment. The clay was broken. It was not the fitness of that particular lump to receive the shape intended for it which determined or frustrated the will of the artist. That which seemed now compact, and yet which consisted of elements that were always ready to separate from each other, might split into fragments. But the vessel must be made, not after some different type, but after the original and perfect type which dwelt not in the dead matter, but in the living mind of him who was shaping it. A particular race might be cast aside, not willfully, not in rage, but after a series of gracious, merciful experiments had been made upon it, after it had resolutely refused to be that which it was meant to be, and to do that which it was meant to do. In every case the cause of ruin would be not some weakness or flaw in the constitution of this race, not some adverse circumstances, but pride, a determination to exist for itself and by itself, a determination issuing in a moral incapacity for understanding the grace of its ruler, for exhibiting any qualities but those which are most opposed to his grace, most hateful and destructive. And so the divine righteousness would be vindicated, for never could one of these races be dashed in pieces by the divine decree till all the life that was in it had departed, till all its substance had been preserved and reclaimed for some future and higher use, till its existence was felt to be a curse and a plague to the nations, till its fall would call forth the shouts and pains of sufferers, proclaiming, "There is surely a God that judgeth the earth." Thus the destruction, which Jeremiah had foreseen to be approaching his land, justified itself to his conscience and heart. He shrunk from it through the tenderness of his nature, though the patriotism which had become keener and intenser with every woe he had been obliged to pronounce upon his country, with every insult he had endured from it. But beneath all these feelings there lay an inward satisfaction in the triumph of that which was right and true, in the certainty that the divine type and form of humanity would be brought forth and exhibited in some way or other through human clay, in some way or other through his own race, however the members of it might try to resist the process, however one generation or another might have to be broken that the end might be accomplished. I have dwelt on this particular passage not only for its own sake, but because I can find none which throws so much light upon the whole prophecy and upon the mind of the prophet. What reformation is not, he had learned too painfully by what he had seen in Jerusalem and in the whole land. The sweeping away of abuses and abominations only revealed the inward corruption which had produced them. The further he looked into the state of his people, the deeper that corruption appeared. The springs of it were in the very fountains whence life and healing ought to have issued. What a bewildering discovery! And this in the chosen land, this in the land which was to declare the name of God to all lands. And yet he has not reached the most terrible depth of all. In himself, the witness and protestant against the evils which he saw in people, prophets and priests, they were all gathered up. Within him lay the anger, bitterness, turbulence, pride, which were spreading curses in every family, which were making the houses of Israel a desolation. Were those evils less in him than in those in whom they broke out into open excesses? Had he not rather to meet them in their first essence, in their inmost malignity? But what were they in him or in others? The strife of the clay with the potter, the struggles of men against a divine artificer. Not to be brought into their true, reasonable, healthy condition, not to be at peace with each other by being at peace with him who had made them to bear a common image, to be partakers of a common life. And here was the power which could reform individuals and reform society. Captivity, destruction, was itself a method of reformation. God could bring life out of death, even as man was bringing death out of life. This marring of the clay was a fearful sight. The patience, long-suffering, final victory of the potter, a glorious one. And, brethren, if we would meditate on the past, the present, or the future, if the study of all these is not to be an arid, heartless, distant speculation, or else one that drives us mad, we must read them by this light. We must be willing to go down to the potter's house and consider what it has to tell us. Oh, how easily some persons can talk about the course of the world, the disappearance of races, the downfall of empires, as if they were only busy with a geological record, as if human history were a series of formations. How pleasant it is to have ideas, as people call them, about these changes and developments. And after all, they were beings of our own race who were the subjects of them. The successive strata were men and women who suffered, rejoiced, feared, hoped, had their aspirations after all good and temptations to all evil, as we have. And the relations, in which they stood to each other as members of families and communities, were interwoven with all their personal thoughts and desires. The last became utterly dead or utterly miserable. The thoughts of a prison house or the dreams of delirium, when they ceased to be conscious of the first. What does it all mean? Are these chance scenes from a drama in which there is no unity, no center, no catastrophe? Take this simple image with you, and see if the one thought of a living and righteous being, working amidst the changes of times, working upon human wills for a loving and gracious purpose, working for a purpose which has been realized, does not give you a power of understanding facts which you were content to leave unexplained, does not enable you to bear your ignorance of those which you cannot explain. I do not say that it will be so if you are not convinced that the perfect ideal of humanity has been brought forth, that a man, who perfectly submitted that clay which he bore, should be molded according to the will of an Almighty Father, is the center of human life, society, history. But I am sure that if that faith is fully received into your hearts, that the weary maze will become a blessed order, and that you will think of the condition of your race and of its members with a sympathy and a hope which no theories of perfectibility can impart, which only the God of sympathy and hope and consolation can bestow. But, brethren, to bear the days in which they live is harder for most than to consider the days which are gone. The actual sins and miscries by which a land is vexed should be more to us than all which we hear of by distant report. Whether greater or less, they are those with which we are concerned. They are the beams in our eyes which must make our discernment of the motes in the eyes of others uncertain and hazardous. Yet so many are disposed to dwell on the last and forget the first, to pour forth felicitations on our blessed freedom from corruptions and idolatries or forms of unbelief which afflict neighboring lands, that other men, experiencing how great our idolatry is, how deep our unbelief, are easily tempted to think we might advantageously change conditions with almost any of those whom we have been used to fly from or despise. There are some who, being at the furthest remove from this opinion, yet feeling how much we need reformation, hope that it might come through the acts of civil rulers. There are some who, scorning all such help, would cry out that powers, now withheld from the priests and prophets of the land for removing their own grievances, should with all speed be restored to them. Brethren, we may take up with any of these conclusions. We may exchange one for another very frequently. We may at last acquiesce in the opinion that the church in this land, perhaps in all lands, is destined to perish by slow decay or sudden violence, till we learn to feel how deeply rooted the evil is, how closely it touches the vitals of society, how near it is to ourselves. Then we shall give over hoping anything from assimilations to foreigners. We shall think that, even when the original in its own region is innocent and laudable, the copy is likely to be insincere and unnatural. That in general, when we set out with a purpose of imitating, we shall choose what is worst in the practices of others and omit what is best. That the hankering after novelties is the sign of a disease within which the obtaining of them certainly would not cure. Then we shall say, the rough work which civil rulers can do in cutting up weeds may be inevitable, but it will be done blindly and ignorantly. It will probably destroy as much of wheat as of tares. It will certainly not destroy any of the corruptions of the soil which cause the tares to spring up and the wheat to perish. Then we shall say, we churchmen shall have power enough when we know how to use it. But may God give us reformation first, legislative functions, if we require them, afterwards. May he leave us not to the miserable delusion that we can set other men right by any processes which shall not strike first at their sins in ourselves, or that these can be reached till we submit them to God's discipline, till we believe that it is his will which will set us and all men right, if we do not fancy that we can be right without him. And so we are brought back in this case also to the potter's house. But we must learn there that other fearful lesson which Jeremiah learnt, and which is as true for us as it was for the house of Israel. If God's promise, that his Son's kingdom shall have no end, means that all the races which he has invited to become portions of that kingdom shall always continue to be portions of it, how should Jerusalem, Constantinople, Alexandria have fallen under the power of the Crescent? Are not these cities proofs that the clay is marred in the new, as it was in the old time, when it resists the will of the artificer? Why should Romanists or Protestants think that the law will be violated in their case? What is there in the clay of Italy, Germany, France, England, to give it a special exemption from the sentence upon that which is profitable for nothing? Let us not be high-minded, but fear. It is written, "If he spared not the natural branches, take heed lest he spare not thee." But it is written also that, "The casting away from them was the riches of the world." It is written further that, "All Israel shall be saved." Even after the clay in human eyes has been utterly marred, we know that the potter still looks after it, still seeks to bring the true form out of it. No one word of his can fall to the ground. Surely these words cannot, which are sealed with the blood of the Son of God. He willeth that all men should be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth. We know that whatever happens to one generation or another, the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established above the hills, and that all the nations shall flow unto it. We know that the regenerating spirit of him who has ascended on high, that he might fill all things, shall cast out all evil spirits, and shall claim human clay and all natural things for himself. We know that God has said he will write upon human hearts his own name and the name of the New Jerusalem, his holy city. And since the glory of the universe implies the blessedness of the individuals who compose it, since our belief in the immortality of God's kingdom does not interfere with the belief in a personal immortality, but sustains and ratifies it, we are sure that the vision in the potter's house will be fulfilled in another very literal and blessed manner. He who has given each of us a tenement of clay may subject it to much hard discipline, may suffer it to be quite marred, and to return to its kindred earth again. But if the Spirit of him who raised up Christ from the dead dwells in us, he will also quicken our mortal bodies. Only that which hinders the shining forth of the spiritual beauty in the human form will perish. The body of humiliation will be made like to Christ's glorious body, by that power whereby he is able to subdue all things unto himself. End of Sermon 23.
Sermon 24 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The New Covenant. Lincoln's Inn, Whitsunday, May 30th, 1852. Jeremiah 31:31-34. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they brake, although I was a husband to them, saith the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, saith the Lord, I will put my law in their inward parts, and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, saith the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. The later chapters of Jeremiah, which do not follow each other in chronological order, and in which there are many repetitions, connect his personal history with the reigns of Jehoiakim and Zedekiah, and with the anarchy which followed the murder of Nebuchadnezzar's officer Gedaliah. The following passage from the 22nd chapter refers to Josiah and his 3 successors. Weep ye not for the dead, says the prophet, neither bemoan him, but weep sore for him that goeth away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. He who is not to return is called in the next verse Shallum, but it seems clear that he is Jehoahaz of the book of Kings, and that the place to which he was led captive and where he was to die was the capital of Pharaoh. The following passage, beginning at the 13th verse, refers to Jehoiakim. He is contrasted with his father, who judged the cause of the poor and the needy, and so proved that he knew the Lord, whereas his son was building his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by wrong. He was using his neighbor's services without wages, and giving him not for his work. He was sealing his house with cedar, and painting it with vermilion. His eyes and his heart were not but for his covetousness, and for to shed innocent blood, and for oppression, and for violence to do it. He was imitating, it would appear, the tastes and habits of the monarch by whose favor he reigned. The taxes which he was obliged to levy upon his people for the service of the foreigner were made more intolerable by his self-indulgence and luxury. There was in him that stupid security which may so often be seen in men who have already suffered the deepest disgraces, and who are on the edge of utter downfall. Therefore he is told that they shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, my brother, or Ah, Lord, or Ah, his glory, that he shall be buried with the burial of an ass, drawn forth and cast beyond the gates of Jerusalem. The more terrible judgment which is to follow upon the young king and the queen mother, as well as the whole land, is announced in the following verses. As I live, saith the Lord, through Coniah the son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, were the signet ring upon my right hand, yet would I pluck thee thence. And I will give thee unto the land of them that seek thy life, and into the hand of them whose face thou fearest, even into the land of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the land of the Chaldeans. And I will cast thee out, and thy mother that bare thee, into another country where ye were not born, and there shall ye die. In Jeremiah's time, as in the time of the earlier prophets, the judgment upon Judea was really a judgment upon all the nations. Egypt, the land of the Philistines, the kings of Tyrus, the kings of Sidon, the kings of Arabia, the kings of the mingled people that dwelt in the desert, were all forced to drink of a wine-cup of fury which had been mingled for them. It was a time of far-reaching destruction and desolation. The great conqueror, the destroyer of boundaries, had gone forth. God had given the inhabitants of the earth into his hands for a certain season. No strength or policy would avert or delay the sentence. The prophet's message was a very comprehensive one, but its force was not to be lost in its generality. He was to tell all the cities of Judah who came to worship in the Lord's house, diminishing not a word, Thus saith the Lord, If ye will not hearken unto me, to walk in my law which I have set before you, I will make you this house like Shiloh, and will make this city a curse to all the nations of the earth. The priests and the prophets insisted that the foreteller of evil should be put to death. The princes and the people said, He is not worthy to die. He hath spoken to us in the name of the Lord. The elders of the land alleged the conduct of Hezekiah to Micah in his defense. But it is evident that the priestly influence would have prevailed with Jehoiakim in his case, as it did of that of another prophet who is referred to in the same place, if a powerful courtier, Ahikam the son of Shaphan, had not protected him. He seems to have shut up Jeremiah for the same reason as that which led the Elector of Saxony to shut up Luther after the Diet of Worms. In the 36th chapter he says to Baruch, the time is assigned to the 4th year of Jehoiakim, that he cannot go into the house of the Lord, and therefore that Baruch must read a roll which he had written in the ears of the people in the Lord's house upon the fasting day. There was no doubt a great assembly gathered from all the cities of Judah. They were told of woes which would surely come upon Jerusalem and upon the whole land. Micaiah the son of Gemariah heard the words of the roll. He informed the princes. They sent for Baruch. He read it in their ears. They were afraid, both one and the other. They said, "We will surely tell the king all these words." The roll was brought before Jehoiakim as he was sitting in the winter house with a fire on the hearth burning before him. He cut it and cast it into the fire till it was consumed. Jeremiah was bidden to signify to Jehoiakim by the mouth of Baruch that the roll was burnt, but that the thing written in the roll could not be burnt. The king of Babylon would certainly come to destroy the land, and would cause to cease from it man and beast. That which Jeremiah had been told when he was but a child, that he was to pull down and destroy, was beginning to be fulfilled. Not only his own people in Anathoth, but the kings and priests in Jerusalem regarded him as a dangerous disturber. He was robbing other kingdoms as well as his own of peace and security. He could not pretend that his words did not unsettle the minds of the people as well as rulers. He could not even say that the words were nothing except so far as they pointed to certain events which would either correspond with them or confute them. They were more than this. They went down to the roots and causes of these events. They traced them to principles in the hearts of kings, priests, prophets, and people. Was not this pulling up and plucking down? Was it wonderful that Jehoiakim should burn the roll and desire to kill him who had dictated it? But it had also been told Jeremiah that he was to plant and to build. In the 29th chapter of the prophecy, we hear of a letter which the prophet sent to those whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried captive, after that Zechariah and the queen and the eunuchs and the princes of Judah and Jerusalem were departed from Jerusalem. Part of this letter contains terrible warnings and denunciations against the prophets who were telling the captives that they should speedily return to their own land. Part of it is full of hope and encouragement. The exiles are to build houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them, and to take wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for their sons, that they may bear sons and daughters, that they may be increased there and not diminished. For these are to be the seed of a nation. Behold, saith the Lord, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob's tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be builded upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of them shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them. I will punish all that oppress them. And their nobles shall be of themselves, and their governor shall be of the midst of them. And I will be the God of all the families of Israel, and they shall be my people. All Jeremiah's visions respecting these exiles are soothing and cheerful. He sees much evil among them, but he has such bright intimations of what their future shall be, that his sleep is sweet to him. They are the pledge of a better day, which he shall not see indeed, but which will assuredly come to the land, and which will gladden him through the places which knew him, then should know him no more. The case is altogether different when he turned to Jerusalem, where Zedekiah was reigning. The prophet sees 2 baskets of figs set before the temple of the Lord, one very good like those that are first ripe, the other so bad that they cannot be eaten. The first are those whom the Lord has sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans. The others represent Zedekiah and his princes, and the residue of Jerusalem that remain in the land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt. All that we hear of the later history helps us to understand the force and truth of this sign. The reign of Zedekiah presents us with the most vivid picture of a king and people sinking deeper and deeper into an abyss, ever and anon making wild and frantic efforts to rise out of it, imputing their evil to every one but themselves, their struggles for nominal freedom always proving them to be both slaves and tyrants at heart. Zedekiah has revolted from the king of Babylon, who has raised him to the throne. Pashur, the son of Immer, the priest, has heard that Jeremiah has prophesied against the city. He smites him and puts him in the stocks that were in the high gate of Benjamin, which was by the house of the Lord. When Jeremiah is brought forth, he has again to declare that Judah shall be given into the hands of the king of Babylon, and be carried captive, and be slain by the sword, and that Pashur shall be one of the victims. Shortly after another, Pashur is sent by the king to him with a humble message. Inquire, I pray thee, of the Lord for us, for Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon maketh war against us. If so be that the Lord will deal with us according to all his wondrous works. The Chaldean army actually besieges the city. The proud revolters begin to show their native cowardice. Those that mocked and persecuted the prophet think that they may bribe him to help them. But the answer is as before. I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, wherewith ye fight against the king of Babylon and the Chaldeans which besiege you without the walls. And I will assemble them into the midst of this city. And I myself will fight against you with an outstretched arm, and I will smite the inhabitants of this city, both man and beast. They shall die of a great pestilence. He that abideth in the city shall die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he that goeth out and falleth to the Chaldeans, his life shall be put unto him for a prey. At the same time he tells the king how he may prove a better patriot than by fighting with the Chaldeans. And touching the house of the king of Judah, say, Hear ye the word of the Lord, O house of David. Thus saith the Lord, Execute judgment in the morning, and deliver him that is spoiled out of the land of the oppressor, lest my fury go out like fire, and burn that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. Possibly it was in consequence of this exhortation that an event took place of which we have the following remarkable record. King Zedekiah made a covenant with all the people which were at Jerusalem, to proclaim liberty unto them, that every man should let his manservant, and every man his maidservant, being an Hebrew or an Hebrewess, go free, that none should serve himself of them, to wit, of a Jew his brother. This act of simple obedience to a command, this recognition of Jewish citizenship and brotherhood, was held by Jeremiah as the most blessed of all tokens of reformation. But this was the ignominious conclusion. But afterwards they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids, whom they had let go free, to return, and brought them into subjection for servants and for handmaids. And this was the prophet's word respecting it. Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondmen, saying, At the end of 7 years let ye go every man his brother and Hebrew, which has been sold unto thee. And when he hath served thee 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, neither inclined their ear. And ye were now turned, and had done right in my sight, in proclaiming liberty every man to his neighbor. And ye had made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. But ye turned, and polluted my name, and caused every man his servant, and every man his handmaid, whom ye had set at liberty at their pleasure, to return, and brought them into subjection, to be unto you for servants and for handmaids. Therefore thus saith the Lord, You have not hearkened unto me, in proclaiming liberty every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, saith the Lord, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine. And I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. We are not told of the motive of the change, but by comparing other passages in the prophecy with the one in which Jeremiah tells the Jewish masters what ruin they are preparing for themselves, we may form a reasonable conjecture. Pharaoh Necho, it appears, resolved upon one more desperate experiment to regain his position. He sent an army to assist Zedekiah against the besiegers. The Chaldeans retreated. The king and the people were, of course, elated with joy. There was no longer need to buy God's favor by letting the oppressed go free. The help of Egypt was all sufficient. But some misgiving, it seems, then led the king to desire Jeremiah's prayers, that the deliverance might be complete? The answer is, Behold, Pharaoh's army shall return to Egypt, to their own land, and the Chaldeans shall come again, and fight against this city, and take it and burn it with fire. Then the prophet goes out of Jerusalem into the land of Benjamin, to separate himself thence in the midst of the people. The most passionate of patriots is accused of being a traitor. The princes are now as wroth with him as the priests. He is thrown into a dungeon. The poor feeble king perceives that there is a power and truth in the prophet which he cannot find elsewhere. He sends to the prison to ask if there is any word from the Lord. He is told there is, for thou shalt be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon. Thenceforth Zedekiah is inclined to favor him. He is brought into the court of the prison, and has food daily furnished to him. But the princes say unto the king, Let this man be put to death, for the man seeketh not the welfare of this people, but the hurt. Zedekiah makes the confession so characteristic of such a time. Behold, he is in your hand, for the king is not he who can do anything against you. He is thrown into a worse dungeon, where there was no water but mire. A merciful Ethiopian interferes to save him from death. The king consults him once more. He is told that the only safety is in surrender to the king of Babylon, else he will be taken, and the city will be burnt with fire. The princes and the king are now suspicious of each other. Jeremiah is removed again to the court of the prison, and remains there till Jerusalem is taken. That event occurred in the 11th year of Zedekiah's reign. Zedekiah escapes by night. He is bound with chains and his eyes put out. The city is set on fire. The events which follow are recorded in the last chapter of the 2nd book of Kings. And as for the people that remained in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had left, even over them he made Gedaliah the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, ruler. And when all the captains of the armies, they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, they came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, even Ishmael the son of Nethaniah, and Johanan the son of Kareah, and Seraiah the son of Tanhumeth the Netophathite, and Jaazaniah the son of a Maacathite, they and their men. And Gedaliah sware to them, and to their men, and said unto them, Fear not to be servants of the Chaldees. Dwell in the land, and serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. But it came to pass in the 7th month, that Ishmael the son of Elishama, of the seed royal, came, and 10 men with him, and smote Gedaliah, and he died, and the Jews and the Chaldees that were with him at Mizpah. And all the people, both small and great, and the captains and the armies, arose and came to Egypt, for they were afraid of the Chaldees. Jeremiah lived on in the land to see the misery and anarchy which followed the murder of Gedaliah, to tell the Jews who were flying to Egypt that if they stayed in the land they would be safe, that in Egypt they would meet with destruction, for that Egypt had been given up to the king of Babylon. Finally, to sing the future ruin of Babylon itself, the confusion and breaking in pieces of her idols, the deliverance of those in whose destruction and desolation she had rejoiced. In this prophecy many of the phrases of Isaiah recur. We feel the same assurance when we read each, that the words point to an actual city, to a present oppressor, and that they point also with imperishable truth to every city in which the Babylonian principle has been triumphant, to every power which has severed itself from righteousness and has become merely destructive. What is the thread which binds together the hopes and the fears of the prophet, his certainty of coming woe, his certainty of ultimate blessing? A covenant well ordered in all things and sure, a covenant resting on the eternal name of God, upon his truth and righteousness. This covenant, as we have seen, was no external, artificial bond. The words, I am a husband to you, denote the nature of it. It was not an agreement for so much to be given on the part of God, if so much was received from man. It was a union of love, a divine Lord seeking his human bride, binding her to himself, bidding her trust in him and depend upon him for all things. That such a covenant should exist was wonderful. That it should be broken by the party which had been freely taken into it was more wonderful still. Every sign that was presented to the prophet brought the marvel more strongly before him. The adherence of the heathen to their tradition struck him, we have seen, as affording the strongest contrast to the inconstancy of the Israelite. Another fact which became known to him in the days of Jehoiakim illustrated still more remarkably the subject to his own mind, and was made the hint of a discourse to the people. Jonadab the son of Rechab commanded his sons to dwell in the tents and take no wine. In vain the prophet set flagons before them. The precept which had been transmitted to them was too strong and binding for any temptation. It was a silken, invisible chain about their necks, the chain of a mere human command. Yet they did not break it. Was it impossible for his countrymen to understand that there was a silken chain, too, about their necks, a divine command, a divine covenant? How was it that they were acting every moment as if none such existed? All these instances and reflections which the divine teacher brought home to the mind of the seer made him understand more profoundly what the nature of the divine government was and how it was exercised. He perceived more and more that they were indeed the cords of a man by which God was holding the nation and those who composed it to himself, that the yoke under which his countrymen were living was an inward, spiritual yoke, not a material or merely legal one, and that the penalty of breaking it was the penalty of losing freedom, of being brought under a heavy and intolerable bondage. No previous prophet, I think, had at all entered into this truth to the same degree as Jeremiah. No one had been led by such a course of individual sufferings to understand in what consists the blessing of obedience, the curse of revolt. And as we saw in the passage respecting the potter's house, no one had entered so deeply into the truth that God himself is the reformer, that all real renovation must come from him. Hence the step was not difficult to discovery, glorious and deep as it is, which my text unfolds. He had heard a lament, Rachel, the mother of the Jewish race, weeping for her children, and refusing to be comforted, because they were not. They had heard the voice of consolation bidding her refrain from weeping, for that her children should come again to their own border. He had heard that the seed which was to increase and multiply in the land of strangers was again to possess its own. He had such faith in the promise that while he was in the dungeon, he concluded a contract for the purchase of land in Anathoth in the most solemn and legal manner, committing the evidence of the purchase to Baruch, that they might be kept against a future day. But what proof was there that the future inhabitants of the land would be more obedient than the former had been? Would they not be creatures of the same flesh and blood, as prone to unbelief and to idolatry? If anything depended on the difference of character and constitution in one race or another, if human faith and obedience were the moving and determining causes of the divine mercy, there seemed no hope that the time to come would be better than the time past. But such a shifting sand could never have been the foundation on which man was meant to build. There must be more in the covenant than the mere pledge. I will be faithful and merciful if you will be obedient. If that was all the law said, there must be something deeper than law. If this was all that circumcision signified, there must be something mightier than circumcision. The covenant which I made with your fathers, when I took you by the hand to bring you out of Egypt, must give place to another, more perfect covenant, and this must be the tenor of it. I will write my laws in your hearts, and in your minds I will write them. I will not ask you for obedience and promise blessings outward or spiritual as the fruits of it, but I will give you power to obey. I will put that in you which shall be the living source, the perpetual wellspring of an ever-fresh obedience. And they shall teach no more every man his brother, and every man his neighbor, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know of me, from the least to the greatest. It shall not be an outward teaching, such as one man imparts in mere phrases and formulas to another. There shall be a more mysterious, more wonderful teacher, who shall interpret all that is heard from without, who shall himself be present within you, to bestow each hour new illumination as well as new life. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. Forgiveness, reconciliation, granted, accomplished, shall be the ground of this covenant. But a forgiveness and reconciliation, though accomplished, are fresh and vital and germinate for every person who enters into them and claims them. Seeing that the whole covenant stands ultimately upon this assurance, I will be their God, and they shall be my people. There shall be a communion between me and them, an intercourse which their hardness and forgetfulness may interrupt, but which is really implied in the eternal relation that subsists between us, nay, in all the relations which subsist between them as neighbors and brothers of each other. Such a covenant, Jeremiah saw, there must be involved in the law which had been given to his forefathers, a covenant certainly existing in the divine mind, though latent and still only dimly seen by the sons of men. To see it at all, to be able to say confidently, "This must be," to have a divine assurance that what must be is, and that it will be fully manifested. This was comfort immeasurable, unspeakable, making dungeons tolerable, and the loss of human friendship a gracious sorrow, the ruin of a city and a land a witness for good, even in proportion to the bitter present misery which it caused. All Jeremiah's dark history becomes bright when this truth dawns upon him, when he is able to dwell in the belief of it. And yet, brethren, it did but dawn upon him. And Whitsunday tells us that we are living in the very blaze of it. The new covenant has been proclaimed. It is the very one, "I will put my laws in your hearts, and in your minds will I write them. My spirit shall dwell in you, and be the source of faith and obedience, to resist the evil which will always be assaulting you, to draw you to the good which is always near you, to bring you out of darkness into God's light, out of selfishness into love, out of division into unity. He is given that you may not each one be holding out to his neighbor mere hard crusts of doctrine, dry intellectual propositions, but that the humblest peasant, the feeblest child, may have in him that which responds to the highest truth and can embrace it. He has come as a witness and pledge that a reconciliation has been made for the universe, that man is at peace with God in his Son, who has offered the perfect and well-pleasing sacrifice. He has come to assure us that the Father has made all things new, grounding them on the revelation of his own eternal name, his own absolute love. This is the covenant into which we are born by our baptism. But, O brethren, do we believe that it is so? Do we believe that God has said to us, "I will put my laws in your hearts, and in your minds will I write them. I will be to your Father, and you shall be to me sons and daughters"? Do we believe that a peace and forgiveness has been proclaimed to us and to mankind, that we may feed upon the sacrifice in which they are gathered up, that we may have communion with the love that has bestowed them? Do we think that there is an unction within us, whereby we and the most miserable people of this land may enter into the meaning of the deepest mysteries, and that we need not merely receive them with our outward ears, but be renewed by them in the very spirit of our minds? Alas, brethren, let us confess it. We do not believe this. The divine truth of Whitsuntide is floating away from us. We do not grasp it. We do not live upon it. And therefore we sigh in vain for reformation. For the divine power which is to bring reformation is hidden from us. Like the Jews, we think we are delivered over to the evils which bitter experience shows that we are prone to commit. If it can be proved that our forefathers and we have yielded to covetousness, strife, rivalries, our wise men ask triumphantly whether these are not established principles of human nature, and treat the struggle with these as one which only boys or fanatics would engage in. It is in vain to answer that men have struggled with them in all ages, and that unless some victories had been won over them, society would have ceased to exist. It is in vain to say that all the improvements, moral, intellectual, physical, of which we boast, have been the consequences of a divinely formed revolution in the hearts of a few men, generally scorned by their contemporaries, to overcome what had been reckoned inevitable evils involved in the constitution of things. The ready and decisive reply to all such changes are owing to progress of civilization, owing, that is to say, to a certain formula which we did not choose to translate into the facts for which it stands, disposes of all such arguments. No doubt we can reverence those who have fought and fallen in the endeavor to break some chain of custom and to vindicate some eternal law of God, when we are removed to a safe distance. We build the sepulchres of the prophets whom our fathers killed, and say that if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have partaken of their sins. But unless we fully believe that the spirit of the prophets is intended for us and can work in us as he worked in them, unless we believe that he has come to convince us of our sins and of righteousness, which is stronger than our sins, and of a judgment which shall put down the one and give the other a complete victory, we had better have left the sepulchre unbuilt. We had better not pretend to honor the memories of men whom, if we had met them face to face, we should certainly have hated. It is a fearful thing that Israel was subjected to a Babylonian captivity of 70 years, and has been subjected to a worse than Babylonian tyranny for 1800 years, because it counted the covenant of God a dead document instead of a living power. It is a more appalling question, what must be in reserve for those nations which will not have the law of God written in their hearts, which choose to follow their own lower instincts, which say to the Holy Spirit, "Depart from us." But as there was a light in that thick darkness, so there is in this. The covenant of God cannot fail. The purpose of God must be accomplished. There must come a day when God shall be known as the Father of all the families of the earth, and when they will not refuse to be his children. End of Sermon 24.
Sermon 25 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The Heavens Opened to the Exile. Lincoln's Inn, Trinity Sunday, June 6, 1852. Ezekiel, chapter 1, verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 30th year, in the 4th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I sat among the captives by the river of Chebar, that the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. The Book of Lamentations throws much light upon the time to which it refers, and upon the prophetical character. I have no wish to pass it over, but in strict chronology, it follows the earlier chapters of Ezekiel, seeing that its subject is the destruction of the city and the temple, to which Ezekiel, as he sat among the captives by the river Chebar, was still looking forward. The difference even of a few years at this critical period of the history may affect the meaning of the whole book. There are passages in the later chapters of Ezekiel which may illustrate and receive illustration from the Lamentations of Jeremiah. On these grounds, I believe I am justified in postponing the consideration of them, even if I had not the additional motive that there is scarcely a passage in the Old Testament which seems more suitable for a discourse upon Trinity Sunday than the one I have just read to you. Ezekiel was, like Jeremiah, of the priestly order. Since we cannot understand the expression 30th year otherwise than as describing his own age, he was probably older than Jeremiah was when the word of the Lord first came to him. But he had not reached the time of life which we commonly connect with our impressions of a prophet, those impressions being perhaps derived from the great painter of the prophets and the sibyls. He had, however, seen and felt what might have made his hair gray even at such an age. He had seen the best king Judea ever had dying in the war with Egypt, his successor a captive there, Jehoiakim passing from one foreign yoke to another that was more grievous, Jeconiah doomed to hopeless servitude in Babylon. He must have mixed with those miserable priests and prophets who rent the heart of Jeremiah. He was himself taken from the services of the temple with a troop of rich and noble prisoners. He had to sit among them astonished at their levity and indifference. to watch their alternations of cowardly despondency and idle hope, to hear the prophets uttering divinations as vain and lying as those which they uttered in prosperity, to find himself amidst strangers, his own countrymen being scarcely less strangers to all that was occupying him than their oppressors, to be removed from the city which God had chosen as the witness for himself, to be in a land full of altars and temples and images, given up to idols and yet triumphant over the earth. What did it mean? Who could tell him? The captives by the river of Kibar could tell him nothing. They might be stupefied by the change. The signification of it was utterly hidden from them. It was while he sat among these captives that he saw visions of God. The words seem only to imply that he was dwelling ordinarily with them. We are not prevented from believing that he was alone, out of the din and clatter of human tongues, when he saw the whirlwind coming out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Retirement was not impossible even for a captive. We need not doubt that Ezekiel availed himself of so great a privilege, but we ought to recollect, the words force that thought upon us, that Ezekiel was not in circumstances favorable to contemplation, that he was not assisted by familiar objects, that his mind had not been kept quiet and calm from disturbing influence. The heavens were not opened to an abstracted philosopher or devotee any more than to a man in the midst of the comforts of a home, reposing in an undisputed faith, but to an exile drawn by force, not choice, out of his land, full of the darkest thoughts about the past and the future, tempted by everything he heard and saw to doubt whether there was any reality in the things which he could not see and hear. The question naturally suggests itself to a person who reads this opening chapter of Ezekiel and then the after parts of the book. What have they to do with each other? Why should it be necessary that a man who had to announce the moral maxims which form so conspicuous a part of this prophecy should first begin with seeing the likeness of 4 living creatures, and wheels within wheels, and a chariot lifted from the earth, and rings so high that they were dreadful, and a firmament over the head, and a throne with the likeness of a man? How should this be a preparation for telling the watchmen of Israel that if they did not warn the sinner of the evil of his ways, his blood would be required at their hand? How was it a preparation for the argument which proved that a son was not to die for the iniquity of his father, that the proverb, "If the fathers have eaten sour grapes, the children's teeth are set and edged," was a lying proverb? How was it a preparation for the personal sorrows which the prophet was to bear? We might have expected, it may be said, some high and mystical imaginations to have mixed with the simple precepts. We may not wonder at those difficult passages respecting a more august temple than the one Nebuzaradan set on fire, which occur at the end of the prophecy. But why should such a vision as this be the initiation of a seer who was to concern himself with the coarsest evils and miscries of the actual world as much as any of his predecessors? If you reflect, brethren, on the position and duties of a Jewish prophet as they have come out before us in former lectures, you will not be at a loss for the resolution of this difficulty. We are wont to say that the theology of the Jew was simple, that of the heathen world complex and artificial. We speak rightly. But however intricate the relations of the gods may seem to us in the Greek pantheon, however interminable their offices and attributes in the pantheon of the Hindu, every one of these divinities has acquired his place and recognition from some natural instinct in the human heart. Priests may have organized the worship. They may have made that systematic, which would have been incoherent. But some sensual perception, some movement of a man's nature towards an object which inspired him with terror or hope, some tender association or local sympathy, the struggle of some inward conception to find a suitable expression for itself, may be traced through every variation of a people's worship. may be discovered in the production of every fresh idol. If, therefore, by simple we mean easy, natural, that which men would adopt if left to themselves, we are bound to change our mode of speaking, and to say that polytheism is more simple than the belief of one living God. We revolt at such a conclusion. We cannot help revolting at it, but that revolting is a proof that the word simple is not synonymous with the word obvious or natural, that the most obvious views of the Godhead may be the most coarse and sensual and false. Are we to conclude then that a belief in the divine unity is the result of a series of experiments which show how a number of different forms may be expressed under one general name? Are we to say that, when nations have acquired greater powers of abstraction, they arrive at this belief? Reason will tell us, experience will tell us if we do not listen to reason, that a God who is abstracted from a multitude of gods is not a living being at all, but a mere caput mortuum. Dear and venerable traditions, whispers of the conscience, longings of the heart, prevent men from saying it is nothing. They invest it with the old name. They try to look upon it as the highest concentration of the life which they see moving through all things. But gradually, as the intellect becomes bolder, and the affections and fears which have sustained it are dried up, the terrible secret is first whispered, then openly proclaimed. This abstract divinity is nothing. It is not a substance, but a shadow of our minds. We who created it can destroy it. The simplicity of the Jewish prophet arose from this, that he did not follow his instincts and impulses whithersoever they led him, that he did not make any effort to reduce the things which he saw under one common name, that he asked for a substance beneath himself, for a living being deeper than all the thoughts which were in him, than himself to whom those thoughts belonged, for one who had made him in his own image. He believed that such a being had revealed himself to his fathers, was revealing himself continually. He was about his path and about his bed, spying out all his ways. To know him was to know righteousness and truth. To keep his law, to be conformed to his mind, was to be righteous and true. Hence, several consequences followed. The first is that he uniformly spoke of seeing God, of having a vision of God, using this language most carefully when he was protesting with the greatest vehemence against every sensible representation of God. As truly as the summit of any mountain existed, though it was lost in mists, so truly did God live, though none confessed him. As truly as the summit of a mountain discovered itself, the mists gradually rolling away, so truly did God unveil himself to the man himself, forcing him to recognize his presence and to feel that he stood in the most wonderful relation to him. This revelation could only be described as the coming forth of a light. It was not the light of an outward sun. It must be the light of which that which is gathered up in outward suns is the image. It was not a bodily eye which received this light, but it was an eye. You could give it no other name. God himself must have opened it that it might behold him. In his light it saw light. Hence it followed also that the theology of the prophets was the ground of all their human morality. Every perception of what man is and what he ought to do must rest upon some perception of what God is and of what he does. To affirm what image it behooves a man to show forth without referring to the archetype, to lay down rules how a man should govern himself and others without declaring how God governed, was in their minds a vanity, nay, an impossibility. It seemed to them an utterly vain thing to call upon men to carry out any right conviction, or to turn from any evil if they could not say confidently, authoritatively, God himself is bidding you take this course, is bidding you forsake that. He is near you, urging you and therefore enabling you to fulfill his commands, to cast away all fetters which hinder you from fulfilling them. These principles are common to all the prophets, and yet I think you will see why they were sure to come forth with a new power and under new aspects in the mind and discourses of Ezekiel. An Israelite in the land of the uncircumcised, a priest banished from the temple, is an object we have not yet been invited to contemplate. At first the sense of loss, if it did not give way to that insensibility, that incapacity of feeling at all, which the best men often experience after some heavy calamity, must have been unspeakable. Had not God utterly forsaken them? Could he be in that place? Then out of this loneliness and despondency would come forth a certain conviction. He must be here. The forms of nature which have been set up as rivals of him, do they not testify of him? That whirlwind from the north which I hear gathering at a distance, which now approaches me, which seems to encircle me with its gusts and eddies, that cloud with its fantastic mocking shapes, that subtle mighty fire with its mysterious circles and involutions, with the beauty and radiance which make one forget for a moment its more terrible ministry, and then those forms of animal life, the different kinds of living creatures in each of which the Chaldeans have seen some image of divine power, each of which has been to them a consecrated idol, which in our temple expressed not objects of worship, but the seraphim and cherubim who cry, Holy, 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 to the Lord of the whole earth. What forms and symbols are here? What a world of mysteries I am dwelling in. But these creatures to which the men about me are bowing down, do they not point upwards to man himself? Is there not stamped upon them all a likeness and prophecy of him? It seems as if his image were continually emerging out of their forms, as if he were the object and pattern after which they were all aspiring. Yet they preserve their distinct natures, their several functions. What unites them together? How can nature so various, so dissonant, be living portions of the same universe? I must go deeper still. These creatures, to what do they owe their movements, their life? That eagle has wings which lift him from the earth and sustain him as he rises toward the sun. The Chaldean sees in him the manifestation of the highest, most celestial power. But he looks upon the lion, the ox, and the man as also manifestations of this power. He would clothe them too with wings. He supposes them tied to earth, but with the capacity of ascending above it, and he cannot be wrong, for there is in man a spirit which gives him wings, which carries him into the highest and most distant worlds. Is he not meant to obey this spirit, to ascend by its power, to exalt all the lower creatures with him? Is not this the true secret of the order which I discern in the midst of so much disorder? Is there not a spirit which gives all things their distinctions, their places, their kinds, which is the spring of their movements, which binds them together, wheel within wheel, preserving unity amidst infinite diversity? I do not pretend, brethren, to thread the mazes of this wonderful vision. There is much of it in which I cannot the least see my way. I feel how dim and faint my glimpses are of those portions of it of which I have any apprehension. But I do not think I can be wrong in believing that the prophet, cast into the wide world and feeling himself lost in it, was led by the divine teacher into a region of thought to which the Israelite had been hitherto comparatively a stranger, was led to see how each part of the universe, which must have often seemed to him a storehouse of divided material idols, was pointing, when seen by the divine light, to a spiritual unity as its explanation and its center. To a spiritual unity. For whatever different meanings the vision may be susceptible of, this is certainly implied in them all, that it is spirit only which distinguishes and unites, which brings each thing forth in its clearness and fullness, and brings all into harmony. And that truth, precious as it is, would still be a maimed and imperfect one, a vision of the world and of man as meant to rise above the world, but unable to distinguish himself from it, if the spirit which is in the living creatures, actuating and inspiring them, lifting up the wheels from the earth, and working in the midst of them, were not acknowledged as a spirit which had come from some higher region. The man who was seen among the animal forms, the man who rose above them, is still not humanity in its highest perfection. Ezekiel saw a throne, and there was a likeness, as of the appearance of a man, above upon it. There is one human and divine, from whom this spirit has proceeded, in whom it dwells perfectly. Beneath that divine form is a glory too awful for the prophet's gaze. He falls upon his face and listens while a voice speaks to him. Is it then, someone will ask, in very deed, the mystery of this day which the prophet's vision is bringing before us? Does not such a notion proceed from the eagerness of the imagination to find analogies where they do not exist, or from our foolish desire to establish a doctrine which is above comprehension, not by a simple appeal to faith, but by hints and allusions drawn from teachers who would have been utterly perplexed by our interpretation of their thoughts and language? Brethren, let me speak plainly on this point. I do not say you will find the doctrine which we have been proclaiming today in this chapter. I do not believe that you can. I have not the slightest wish to find it there or to put it there. It would be a shock to all my convictions if I thought that Ezekiel was enunciating a dogma when he professed to be recording a vision, or that the mystery which, as the Church teaches us by the order of her services, could not be revealed till Christ was glorified and the Spirit given, was already made known to the prophet as he sat among the captives by the river Kibar. I cannot say how much mischief seems to me to be done when, instead of striving to follow strictly the actual statements of the Old Testament writers, we insist upon wringing out of texts or symbols which we have molded according to our fancy the proof of some New Testament revelation. It is not the law and the prophets only which suffer from such violence. The Gospels and the Apostles suffer much more. The truths which they set forth as living foundations of our existence, social and personal, shrivel into jejune formulas, subjects for controversy and reviling, prized mainly as tests by which other men may be convicted of error. But just because this course seems to me so exceedingly dangerous, so carefully and religiously to be avoided, I would try to learn from the old prophets what they knew and how they became possessed of their knowledge. Ezekiel had been taught upon his mother's knees the words, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God is one Lord." He had been trying to fulfill the commandment which is joined to that great announcement, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and all thy mind, and all thy strength." He had been carried into a land where everything seemed to contradict this faith. What he saw might tempt him to worship many gods, or it might tempt him to ease himself in his Judaical profession, in his Levitical lore. He might say, "I have been trained to a certain worship, and I will adhere to it. Let the Babylonians have their gods if they will. I shall do homage to the one." Such a resolution would have a look of steadfastness and fidelity, and it had this further advantage. No Babylonian would have interfered with it. The Jew, like every other tributary, was expected in general to follow the traditions of his fathers. They might strike the conquerors as very absurd, but except on special occasions, or when the tyrant was a fanatical devotee, they would be respected as suitable to the person who had inherited them. But Ezekiel cannot follow this course. He cannot live upon a tradition. He cannot find rest in merely thinking of the difference between him and the Chaldeans. He is not faithful to his traditions unless he believes in a God who is as living for him as for his forefathers. He cannot worship the Lord God of Israel unless he worships him as the God of the Chaldeans also. It was a grand thing, no doubt, to know that there is one God, a blessing beyond all blessing. But merely to deny that there are many gods, was that a blessing? Merely to hold a dogma that was contrary to other men's, was that a divine gift? The teacher who was near him, who was preparing him for a work, will not let him be content with such a miserable position. He draws him into the secret of unity. He shows him how all the manifold things which he beholds imply it, demand it, cry out for it. He leads him to a unity which is not a dead negation of plurality. He makes him feel that there is no unity in matter, that we only believe in unity when we believe in a spirit. He brings him to think of a man as the interpreter and ruler of all the things to which he has done homage, as the priest who is intended to present them to the Lord of all, because he is a spiritual being. But Ezekiel perceives that he can only fulfill this kingly and sacerdotal function when he is under the government of a spirit which is higher than his own. That spirit must come from a man. That man must be the priest of priests, the king of kings. Even there he cannot stop. There must be a deeper mystery still. There must be one of whose glory this man is the brightness, of whose person he is the express image. So much, I believe, was revealed to Ezekiel. By slow steps, by painful experiences, he was led into the heart of this mystery. It was his deliverance from idolatry. It was his deliverance from hard, material, negative Judaism. It was the ground of his message to his own people and to all nations. I do not believe that this mystery is the mystery of the Trinity, because Christ says that the time would come when he would tell his disciples plainly of the Father. There is here no utterance of that name. The prophet sunk down in awe and wonder at the presence of the man on the throne. Beyond was fire and the brightness of amber, glorious and transcendent images, no doubt, upon which a man may gaze and which he may lose himself, but which he is glad to leave for anything that recalls him to a home and to human sympathies, till a name expressing the deepest awfulness in fellowship where such sympathies could be uttered, till the man on the throne could be declared as the Son, the only begotten of the Father, till that spirit in which Ezekiel saw the ground of all the unity of human beings and earthly things could be proclaimed as he in whose unity the Father and the Son dwell forever, there was still a dark enigma which every new idolatry, every new philosophy was trying to solve, and by the solution was drawing men further from the eternal truth and the eternal love. But though I do not find here the statement and development of that mystery which I regard as the fundamental one of our dispensation, I do think that Ezekiel is one of the greatest guides of mankind into an apprehension of it. I call it the fundamental truth of our dispensation. I mean the truth which lies beneath the unity of the church and of human society, the truth which reconciles the contradictions of warring philosophical systems, the truth which interprets the different idolatrous faiths of the old and the new world, the truth by virtue of which those who are baptized into the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost become the heralds of a common life and a divine kingdom to all nations, the truth which sets forth the full righteousness and love of God, the truth upon which, therefore, the moral condition of man will be found ultimately to depend. But, brethren, I am far indeed from saying that any age of the Christian church has entered fully into the inheritance which God has given us. There has been a confounding of the persons and a dividing of the substance by orthodox men as well as by heretics, perhaps as much by one as the other. There would have been no strifes and contradictions and heartburning if it had not been so. And oh, how dare I affirm that we at this period are truly and faithfully acknowledging the glory of the eternal Trinity, and in the power of the divine majesty, worshiping the unity. We are doing it perhaps at times. We may long in our inmost hearts to do it continually, but we must, I think, one and all, be conscious of the difficulties, far more serious than any that disturb our intellectual apprehension of the doctrine, which interfere with this holy and blessed service. Everything is received according to the character and capacity of the receiver. How should a set of quarrelsome and factious men know anything about the unity of God? And therefore Ezekiel's vision contains another lesson. Shall I call it a prophecy? For us. It may be, brethren, that we shall be initiated into the fullness of this truth in the very way in which he was initiated into the part of it which he could know. It may be that only when all the signs of God's presence are withdrawn, only when there are no churches or confessions or forms of worship testifying of his name, only when we are surrounded by idolaters, or when pantheism, the complex or abstract of idolatries, has become the profession of all cultivated men, or when a conscious atheism has taken place of an unconscious one among statesmen and among priests, it may be that then only shall we know what a power was lying in the old creed of Christendom to interpret the mysteries of nature, as well as those of our own minds and of our human relations. It may be that the physical world, which seems so clear to us, will itself present to us only a mass of confusions and contradictions, and that in order to recover any distinct apprehension of its laws, we shall have to see how they are connected with a spirit who is higher than themselves. It may be that through nature we shall be led, not as our fathers of the last century fancied that they were led, up to nature's God, who proved to be only a great demiurgus, a being apart from all human sympathy, but to the man in the midst of the throne, who, when we come to him weary and heavy laden to seek that lowliness of heart which we have not in ourselves, will teach us of the Father. And so we may become little children again, and recover the joy which our pagan forefathers felt when they were first told of one who so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son for it, of a Son who died for them, of a Spirit who guideth into all truth. The analogy of history, still more, I think, the signs of this time, suggest these reflections to us. And though there is bitterness in them, there is also consolation. But we need not wait, brethren, till the lesson comes to us in this form. If we do, there is fear that we shall never learn it. Now, while Trinity Sundays and Eucharists and the birth of every child into the fold of Christ speaks of this mystery, now we may ask that, through whatever symbols of nature or art, through whatever divine ordinances the sense and dream of it are brought to our hearts, it may not be a dream or an imagination, but a reality there, one to which we may turn in hours of solitude and darkness, one into which we shall enter most when we are most emptied of ourselves, when we have confessed how our vanity and lusts and strifes have hidden it from us and have taken from us, along with it, the consciousness of our humblest duties and the power of fulfilling them. End of Sermon 25.
Sermon 26 of The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Sermon 26. The Valley of Dry Bones. Preached at Lincoln's Inn, the first Sunday after Trinity, June 13, 1852. The reading, Ezekiel 37, verses 1 through 3. The hand of the Lord was upon me, and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord, and set me down in the midst of the valley which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, they were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest. We are naturally curious to know whether two contemporary prophets ever conversed with each other. In Micah, we found such evident indications of sympathy with the mind of Isaiah as warranted the supposition that he was his pupil. I cannot trace any signs of a similar relation, or indeed of any personal relation, between Jeremiah and Ezekiel. Though they were passing through the same crisis, though they both had to witness the evils which were destroying their nation, both had to share its miseries, though the false prophets were the common enemies of both, yet their circumstances, their character, and their work were entirely distinct, in some points even contrasted. Their very differences, however, show us that they were both alike prophets and priests. The Book of Lamentations exhibits the spirit of the individual man Jeremiah more transparently than his longer book, which is so mixed up with historical details, with anticipations of a ruin not yet accomplished, with hopes, however faint and soon dispelled, of a national repentance. Most of those whom the prophet had denounced were banished or dead. Men could talk no more about the temple of the Lord, could boast no more that the word of the Lord was with them. The vessel which the potter was shaping had been broken in pieces. The sadness of the prophet, which had been checked sometimes by indignation, sometimes by the consciousness of a word which must still be spoken, of a work which must be done, became complete and absorbing. Heretofore, his intense sympathy with his country might seem to be qualified by his lively apprehension of its crimes. Now both feelings were blended into one. When he looked upon the desolation of the city, there sat upon his soul a weight of sorrow and evil, as if he were representing his whole people, as if there was no wrong which they had committed, no evil habit which they had contracted, which did not cling to him, for which he was not responsible. And this was no imaginary, fictitious state of mind into which he had worked himself. God had made him inwardly conscious of the very corruptions which had destroyed the land. If he had made any fight against them, if they did not actually overpower him and enslave him, this was God's work and not his. The promise of the covenant made with his fathers, which was as good for everyone as for himself, was fulfilled to him. And now he was realizing the full effect of this discipline. The 3rd chapter of the Lamentations, beginning, "I am the man that hath seen affliction by the rod of his wrath," contains the climax of his experience. In the memorable passages which follow, the history of a life is gathered up. "I said, my strength and my hope is perished from the Lord, remembering mine affliction and my misery, the wormwood and the gall. My soul hath them still in remembrance. This I recall to mind, therefore I have hope. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, saith my soul. Therefore will I hope in him. The Lord is good unto them that wait for him. It is good that a man should both hope and quietly wait for the salvation of the Lord. It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth. He sitteth alone and keepeth silence, because he hath borne it upon him. He putteth his mouth in the dust, if so be there may be hope. He giveth his cheek to him that smiteth him. He is filled full with reproach. The Lord will not cast off forever, but though he cause grief, yet will he have compassion according to the multitude of his mercies. For he doth not afflict willingly, nor grieve the children of men." Anything more individual than these utterances it is impossible to conceive. And yet it is just by these that one understands the sacerdotal work to which Jeremiah was called. There was no longer any temple. The priests, as well as the princes, had been, for the most part, carried away by Nebuchadnezzar. But there was a man walking about in the deserted city to which the 12 tribes had come up, in the midst of the ruins of the holy place into which the sons of Aaron had gone, with the memorial of their names on their breastplates, who really entered into the meaning of that function, who really bore the iniquities of the children of Israel before the Lord. One to whom it was given to translate the ceremonies and services of the divine house into life and reality. He had been taught more perfectly, perhaps, than anyone who had served in the temple, what was implied in its worship and sacrifices. He felt the burden to which those sacrifices pointed, the burden of individual and national sins. Yet with that burden resting upon him, he could enter into the presence of the Holy One of Israel. He was sure there was a deliverance for his people as well as for himself, that there could not be one for him if there was not also one for them. Thus, when part of his work was over, when he had nothing more to say in the ears of kings or priests or people, this office, which had been so closely connected with his prophetical office, and which, if it had depended upon outward conditions, must have been more entirely at an end than that, still remained in all its original power. And the words of the prophet remain, to explain to all generations the spiritual character and acts of the priest. The office of the priest must have seemed to be more utterly extinct for Ezekiel than even for Jeremiah. He was forcibly removed from all the associations of the temple while it was yet standing. When he was called to be a prophet to the captives by the river Chebar, he might have supposed that the earlier designation which belonged to him as one of the Levitical family had been extinguished in the later one. Yet we have seen how he was instructed, at the very commencement of his work as a prophet, that the glory of him who filled the temple was surrounding him in Mesopotamia, as it surrounded him when he went up to present the morning or the evening sacrifice in Jerusalem. Such a vision was given him of that glory as he had never beheld in the holy place. He found that the earth, that common, profane, Babylonian earth upon which he dwelt, was filled with it. All the powers of nature, the forms of animals, man as the highest of the animals, the motions and order of the outward world and of human society, were pointing towards it. And the central object, the highest object which he could behold, though there was an ineffable brightness beyond, was a man upon a throne, one who could command him, in whose name he was to go forth, whose words he was to speak. This was no isolated revelation or dream. The very name which the prophet thenceforth bore, the name by which he was to know himself, depended upon it. Son of man, stand upon thy feet, and I will speak unto thee, were the first words which he heard after he fell upon his face. That great title is bestowed upon him through all the time in which he was prophesying. It was, in many ways, more suitable to him than to those who had gone before him. There was now no Hezekiah or Josiah to represent, in some measure consciously to represent, the divine king. The witnesses for a kingdom seemed to be at an end. Nebuchadnezzar was the lord of the earth. At such a time, the natural position of the Jewish seer became a human position. The Israelites' glory was to be a son of man. Yet he was not absolved from any of the obligations of the older prophets. He was not to expect a more willing or attentive audience among the captives than they had found at home. Briars, thorns would be with him. He must dwell among scorpions. Lamentations and mourning and woe filled his role as much as that which Baruch wrote out for Jeremiah. And he must eat this role. It must become a part of his very soul. Its words must come forth, living and burning, out of himself. He must understand, besides, all the fearful responsibilities of the prophet. He was to speak whether the men about him would hear or whether they would forbear. There were times when his tongue would cleave to the roof of his mouth, when he should be dumb and should not be to them a reprover. But when God opened his lips, the blood of those to whom he was sent was upon him. It would be required at his hands if they died in their iniquity and he had not warned them. He must submit to do all symbolical acts, however strange and fantastical they might seem in themselves, which might bring the feeling of coming judgments home to a sense-bound people. He must act a mimic siege. He must eat defiled bread. He must cut off his hair and weigh it in balances. If so, the people could be made to understand, in spite of their false prophets who spoke of coming peace and enacted their signs, which of course involved no discomfort or humiliation to themselves, that the city would really be destroyed and the sanctuary laid waste. He was to persuade his brother captives that they were a remnant in which the nation still lived, a stock out of which it should hereafter grow and flourish, even though they were most rebellious, dreaming of good things which would never come, not waiting for that good which God had designed for them. There was to be the same end in all the punishments which were coming upon the land and in all its deliverances. God was saying in all, I am the Lord. This sentence recurs again and again in the prophecies of Ezekiel. It is the thought of his mind, the one which gives all the sublimity and all the practical worth to his discourses, that the knowledge of God is the supreme good of man, and that the desolation of his countrymen has come from their not liking to retain it. He is transported in spirit to the temple. There the same vision of the glory of God, which he had seen by the river, returns to him. The light of it shows him, portrayed upon the wall of the temple round about, the abominable beasts and creeping things, and the idols of the house of Israel. What the ancients in the house of Israel did in the dark, every one in the chambers of his imagery, how the women were weeping for Tammuz, how the men were worshipping the sun towards the east. Whether such abominations as these were actually to be seen in the temple, or whether the prophet's eye, opened by the divine Spirit, saw that they were possessing the hearts of those who seemed to others, perhaps to themselves, to be worshipping the God of their fathers, it is clear that the mind of Ezekiel was led back to the place in which he had ministered, that he might be taught how little the sacred building could preserve the truth which was enshrined in it. What Ezekiel has seen in the temple enables him to answer the elders of Israel when they come to consult him in his own house. Just what was going on among those who worshipped in Jerusalem was going on in the hearts of those who sought his oracles. They were setting up idols there. They wanted to know what God would do with them or against them. They did not want to know him. And therefore Ezekiel announces to them a great and eternal moral law, one of the most varied application. God will answer you according to your idols. The truth which is presented to you will be colored, distorted, inverted by the eye which receives it. The covetousness which you are cherishing will make the best and divinest word you hear a minister of covetousness. Your pride and your lust will make it a minister of lust and pride. No bolder or more awful paradox was ever enunciated than this, nor one which the conscience of everyone will more surely verify. And there was this special proof of courage in making such an announcement, that it must have destroyed Ezekiel's reputation as a prophet. The elders came in terror, feeling that they wanted guidance, and expecting some ready-made answer, such as the regular traders in prophecy could always furnish. The truly inspired man answers, I can tell you nothing, nothing at least that will not deceive you and become a lie in your minds. For you bring lies with you, and except they be extirpated, they must convert whatever is added to them from without to their own quality. Ezekiel himself illustrates in another case this great principle. No commandment had established itself more completely by the experience of the people to whom it was addressed than the second. The idolatries of the land had accumulated with each generation. Each had cause to complain of the last as bequeathing it a stock of corrupt habits and traditions. The sins of the fathers had been visited upon the children. These were facts not to be gainsaid. The captives had leisure to reflect upon them. It might have been a most profound and profitable reflection. The use they made of it was to prove they were under a necessary law of degeneracy. How could they help themselves? The fathers had eaten sour grapes, and their teeth were set on edge. Who dared dispute it? There was God's own word for it. Had he not told them the plan and method of his own government? Such language, addressed to one of the favorite preachers or prophets of the people, would have silenced him altogether. He would have said, It is a mystery, no doubt. We must take the words of the commandment, though we cannot understand them. God is a sovereign. He can do what he likes. If it pleases him that each generation should be more corrupt than the last, we must submit and not dispute his will. Others there would be who would complain boldly, and with good reason, of a will that compelled to evil, but yet would lazily submit to it, supposing it to be inevitable, though feeling the absurdity of calling it divine. Ezekiel boldly stands forth to dispute and deny the whole principle. He does not dispute or deny the second commandment. That was probably the text of his discourse. But he will not let the second commandment or any other words in the world be pleaded against the character of God. Righteousness and equity he maintains to be the foundation of the divine character and of the divine acts. He will tolerate no resolution of them into a heathenish notion of sovereignty or self-will. The ways of God are equal, he says, and your ways are unequal. The sins of the Father only descend upon the Son. They are only punished in the Son when the Son accepts them, entertains them, makes them his own. At any time he may turn round and repudiate them, and cleave to the God who doth not will the death of the sinner, but desires that he should return and live. The doctrine of this celebrated chapter is grounded on the doctrine of the second commandment and of the whole law, that a man is righteous so long as he cleaves to the righteousness of God, who has made a covenant with him, unrighteous when he forsakes that covenant and acts independently. Therefore the notion of any perpetuity in righteousness, or in evil, is equally cut off. Every man has the capacity of righteousness, the capacity of evil. Let him be ever so righteous, he must become evil the moment he ceases to trust in God and begins to trust in himself. Let him be ever so evil, he must become righteous the moment he begins to trust in God and ceases to trust in himself. The enunciation of laws or principles seems more especially to belong to Ezekiel, as the experience of personal evil and the sympathy with national sorrow belong more to the tender and womanly nature of Jeremiah. Nevertheless, Ezekiel was to be a priest in this sense also, as well as in that higher sense of beholding the glory of God and proclaiming his name. Suffering was not to be the destination of one prophet. It was the badge of all the tribe. Ezekiel's life was to be a continual parable illustrative of the life of the nation. A man scrupulously careful of the law was to violate the precepts of it respecting food and to eat what was loathsome. A man sensitive, probably, as to his reputation, and with that kind of lofty imagination which makes attention to details and all petty acts unspeakably painful, must submit, for the sake of his countrymen, to such as seemed most ignominious to himself and perplexing to them. Finally, the desire of his eyes must be taken from him with a stroke, and he must not mourn or weep. Even at such a time he must be a sign to the people, though by doing so he should seem to refuse the sympathy that he most wants, and should only lead the captives to say, "Wilt thou not tell us what these things are to us, that thou doest so?" Apart from these sufferings, which concerned him individually and domestically, the vision of the desolation of Israel became every day more overwhelming to him. Nor was it only the desolation of Israel. He who is called Son of Man was not likely to speak less of Egypt and Tyrus and the land in which he was himself dwelling than those older prophets who had so many more reasons for regarding Judea as the one garden of the Lord. The arms of Nebuchadnezzar had been turning the earth upside down and making it waste. Everything must have seemed to him disjointed, incoherent, withered. Could it ever be renovated? Was it possible even for that country which God had blessed above all others, and man had cursed above all others, to breathe and live again? This was the question which was proposed to the prophet on that day when the hand of the Lord was upon him, and he was carried into the valley which was full of bones. The vision, clear as it is in itself, must not be read apart from the context of the prophecy. You should remember where Ezekiel was dwelling. by what kind of people he was surrounded, what was the condition of his own land, what had come, and what was coming upon all lands, or you will not understand the picture which now rose up before him. You should think, too, of the man himself, of the heat of his spirit, of the words which he had uttered in vain, of the acts which had only made the captives stare vacantly, of the desolation of his house and his heart. You should think of those other visions he had, of the ascending scale of creatures, of the mysterious order of the universe, of the glory of God, before you place yourself beside him in the valley, and walk with him round about, and look at the different bones, and see how each separately, how altogether, they expound to him the condition of the house of Israel. It was dead, that body from which he had believed that life was to go forth to quicken the universe. It had none of the beauty of a corpse in which there is still form, on which the spirit has left its impression. There had been a time of gradual decay, a time when the pulses of the nation beat feebly and faintly, but when they might still be felt. A time after that, when you knew it had ceased to breathe, but when you could still speak of it as entire. But another stage had come, the stage of utter dissolution, when each limb looked as if it had nothing to do with any other, when you could scarcely force yourself to believe that they had ever been joined together. Can these bones live? What a thought to come into the mind of any man gazing on such a scene! It could not have come from himself, certainly, nor from any of these relics. God must have sent it to him. He must have led him to dream that such a resurrection was possible. And now the process of it is also revealed to him. The prophet is commanded to speak. His speech seems a mere sound in the air. But there is a noise and a shaking, then a frightful movement of the bones towards each other, each claiming its fellow to which it had once belonged. This strange effort at a union of dead things betokens a power that has not yet declared itself, and soon the sinews and the flesh came up upon them. They have acquired a form, though they have no life. Then he said unto me, Prophesy into the wind. Thus saith the Lord God, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded, and the breath came into them, and they lived, and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. Doth he not speak parables? Was the phrase by which the Jews of the captivity expressed their dislike and contempt for the troublesome and mystical prophet who was among them. Doth he not speak parables? Is a question which men looking round with weary hearts upon the condition of Christ's church in various periods of its existence have asked themselves, with a very different intention and spirit, when they have read this vision of the valley of dry bones. Is it not written, they have said, for the ages to come? Is not this one of the parables concerning the kingdom of God? Yes, brethren, if we will first read it fairly and honestly, as describing what Ezekiel says it described to him, if we will not search for a distant application till we have acknowledged the immediate one, we shall find that here, as everywhere, Ezekiel is exhibiting facts which belong to other times, as well as his own, and laws and a method of divine government which belong to all times, as well as his own. And that I may not waste your time in enumerating different crises of history in which the facts may be discerned, and by which the law and the methods may be tested, I say at once, they are all for us. The vision and the interpretation are of this day. Do you not hear men on all sides of you crying, the church which we read of in books exists only in them? Christendom consists of Romanists, Greeks, Protestants, divided from each other, disputing about questions to which 19/20ths of those who belong to their communions are indifferent. And meantime, what is becoming of the countries in which those different confessions are established? What populations are growing up in them? Does the present generation believe that which its fathers believed? Will the next generation believe anything? Brethren, you hear such words as these spoken. I do not mean to inquire how much there is of truth in them, how much of exaggeration, what evidences there are on either side which have been overlooked, what signs of life there are anywhere in the midst of apparent death. But this I must say, Christians in general are far too eager to urge special exceptions when they hear these charges preferred, far too ready to make out a case for themselves while they admit their application to others, far too ready to think that the cause of God is interested in the suppression of facts. The prophets should have taught us a different lesson. They should have led us to feel that it was a solemn duty not to conceal, but to bring forward all the evidence which proves not that one country is better than another, or one portion of the church better than another, but that there is a principle of decay, a tendency to apostasy in all, and that no comfort can come from merely balancing symptoms of good here against symptoms of evil there. No comfort from considering whether we are a little less contentious, a little less idolatrous than our neighbors. Alas, for this church, or for any church, if its existence now, if its prospects for the future, are to be determined by such calculations as these. No, brethren, our hope has a deeper foundation. It is this, that when the bones have become most dry, when they are lying most scattered and separate from each other, there is still a word going forth, if not through the lips of any prophet on this earth, then through the lips of those who have left it, yet not proceeding from them, but from him who liveth for ever and ever, the voice which says, These bones shall rise. It is this, that every shaking among the bones, everything which seems at first a sign of terror, men leaving the churches in which they have been born, forsaking all the affections and sympathies and traditions of their childhood, infidel questionings, doubts whether the world is left to itself, or whether it is governed by an evil spirit, are themselves not indeed signs of life, but at least movements in the midst of death, which are better than the silence of the charnel house, which foretell the approach of that which they cannot produce. It is this, that all struggles after union, though they may be of the most abortive kind, though they may produce fresh sects and fresh divisions, though they may do so as long as they rest on the notion that unity is something visible and material, yet indicate a deep and divine necessity which men could not be conscious of in their dreams if they were not beginning to awake. It is this, that there are other visions true for us, as they were for Ezekiel, besides the vision of dry bones. The name of a father has not ceased to be a true name, because baptized men do not own themselves as his children. The name of the Son has not ceased to be a true name, because men are setting up some earthly ruler in place of him, or are thinking that they can realize a human fellowship without confessing a man on the throne above the firmament. The name of the Spirit has not ceased to be a true name, because we are thinking that we can form combinations and sects and churches without his quickening presence, because we deny that he is really in the midst of us. It is this, that when all earthly priests have been banished or have lost their faith, though there should be none to mourn over the ruins of Jerusalem, or to feel its sins as his own, yet there is a high priest, the great sin-bearer, ever presenting his perfect and accepted sacrifice within the veil, a high priest not of a nation, but of humanity. It is this, that though all earthly temples in which God has been pleased to dwell should become desecrated and abominable, though all foul worship should go on in the midst of them, and though what is portrayed on the walls should too faithfully represent what is passing in the more secret chambers of imagery, though the last of the shrines that have been supposed to contain the mystery which they set forth should be utterly destroyed, and a voice should be heard out of the midst of them saying, Let us depart. Yet that this will not be the sign that the church of God has perished, only the sign that the temple of God has been opened in heaven, and that from thence must come forth the glory that is to fill the whole earth. End of Sermon 26.
Sermon 27 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The New Temple. Lincoln's Inn, Second Sunday after Trinity, June 20th, 1852. Ezekiel 43:10-11. Thou son of man, Show the house to the house of Israel, that they may be ashamed of their iniquities, and let them measure the pattern. And if they be ashamed of all that they have done, show them the form of the house, and the fashion thereof, and the goings out thereof, and the comings in thereof, and all the forms thereof, and all the ordinances thereof, and all the laws thereof, and write it in their sight, that they may keep the whole form thereof, and all the ordinances thereof, and do them. The later visions in the book of Ezekiel relate to a temple, the form and proportions of which are very minutely described. What is this temple? The first obvious suggestion is that Ezekiel was looking forward to the times of Ezra, that this temple is an anticipation of that which Zerubbabel brought forth the headstone. But the building which rises before the eyes of the seer covers an area which the second temple never can have occupied. The scale of it appears to exceed that of Solomon's, which struck the old man, who had seen it or heard of it from his father, as so much grander than its successor. In Ezekiel's vision, moreover, there is a distinct allusion to that appearance of the glory of the Lord which belonged, the Jews say, exclusively to the elder building. Christian writers have availed themselves of these circumstances to decide peremptorily that the vision is of a spiritual, not an earthly temple. The difficulties in the way of such an opinion are very great. Accurate measurements in feet and cubits seem as if they must relate to a visible, not to an invisible fabric. There are still two possible opinions. One is popular among many of our countrymen. It is that a temple exactly answering to Ezekiel's description will appear hereafter in Jerusalem. The other you will at once identify as foreign. It is that a critic of great learning and acuteness, often of much sympathy with the earnest patriotism of the prophets. He thinks that Ezekiel carried with him into Chaldea the habits, prejudices, and formality of the priestly order to which he belonged. Therefore, though he had high moral purposes and divine instincts, he could not but regard the reappearance of a temple like that which Nebuzaradan had destroyed, only more magnificent, as the consummation of an Israelite's dreams and hopes. The critic connects this explanation of the latter chapters of the book with a theory respecting the whole of it. Ezekiel is, in his judgment, more of an artist than of a prophet. The elder prophets, he thinks, delivered their discourses before the people. The son of Buzi, for the most part, composed his in his chamber. The book, therefore, he supposes, while it wants freshness, has a unity of purpose which we do not find elsewhere. The temple in which the early years of the seer were passed gives it a beginning, a middle, and an end. I shall not seek to get rid of this last explanation by calling it the irreverent offspring of a modern or a foreign school. The criticism which was fashionable among most approved interpreters of our church in the last century leaves me no excuse for such language. They seem to have thought that not one, but all the prophets were busy, in the most solemn moments of their own lives and of their country's history, in selecting ingenious and striking epithets and in enveloping their thoughts with a grotesque oriental imagery. I believe the more recent commentator would shrink from such language. He would admit that the prophets were, one and all, deep-minded, reasonable men, and that is one step toward the belief that they were really inspired by God. Nor would it hinder anyone, I should think, in his progress towards that conviction, to suppose that as each prophet exhibits a different character, temperament, and style, the signs of a distinct work, so the one who was least called forth by sudden emergencies, who was not in the midst of the fears and hopes of a siege or of an invasion, should have contemplated events less as detached, more in a series than his predecessors. Least of all would it detract from the probability of a divine education to suppose that the holy function of the priest had given a color, as I maintained last week that it did, to all Ezekiel's thoughts, and that in it we may discover the key to their order and connection. But on the other hand, I think every thoughtful reader, whatever his notions about inspiration may be, must admit that if there was anything in Ezekiel's circumstances, or in the constitution of his mind, which disposed him to look upon the world as a student looks out upon it from his closet, no one had that tendency more repeatedly and painfully counteracted. Petty trials and the most serious trials, the eating of loathsome food, the death of his wife on the day on which he had spoken to the people, served alike to rob him of any lofty conceits, to bring him down to the level of the most unhappy of those with whom he was associated, to teach him that outward events were linked and fastened to the inmost fibers of his being. If the captivity withdrew him from some of these political relations in which he would have been involved at Jerusalem, it brought him into closer and more personal contact with the heartlessness and indifference as well as with the secret idolatries of his countrymen. His removal from the temple and the temple worship threw him, as I endeavored to show you, more as an outcast upon the wide and profane world, and compelled him to ask whether he was away from God, because he was away from the place that directly testified of him. Instead of being more surrounded with the means and appliances which tempt a man into artificial faith, he was stripped more bare of them than any prophet had ever been. Whatever value he might have set upon the temple in other days, whatever he might set upon it then, he more than any other man had to learn that if he had no better resting place for his spirit than that, it must be dreary and homeless. His earliest visions had taught him that not only the cherubim in the temple of Solomon, that all Babylonian symbols had a meaning, that they betokened a relation between the lower creature and man, between man and God, and the most terrific powers of nature spoke of government and order and harmony. The later vision of the valley of dry bones had taught him that no change in outward condition of his countrymen could lift them from their degradation or make them a nation again, till a quickening and uniting spirit entered into them. That vision had also taught him that the Spirit does not breathe upon the separate bones for the sake of raising them to a separate life, that when they stand up it must be as one body, as a great army, instinct with the same purpose, directed by the same head. If Ezekiel came into Mesopotamia with the prejudices of a caste about him, surely there never were lessons so divinely contrived as these to break down such prejudices. Whatever of formality, whatever of exclusiveness clung to him in virtue of his birth or his profession, must have sustained shocks which the ridicule and unbelief of all the heathens round about could not have caused. He must have felt that God himself was leading him through the strangest paths, in the most unfathomable depths, to feel after him and find him. But then the question recurs, why is it that the prophet, having in the commencement of his work been led into such awful visions of God, not as he stood in the holy place, but as he dwelt by the river of Chebar, why is it that when he had had such tremendous visions of the corrupt and abominable worship which went on in the temple while it was yet standing, such damning proofs that it had no charm to expel any horrible idolatry or moral infamy, why is it that his latest and most brilliant hopes refer, as it would seem they do, to the reappearance of some fabric with material gates and walls, and that he should look in such a fabric for some conspicuous manifestation of the divine glory? We cannot honestly shrink from this question. In striving to answer it for myself, I have found help from all those different and apparently contradictory suggestions of which I spoke. I do not believe that it is necessary to discard any of them. Perhaps we may find some principle which reconciles them. It would be inconsistent with the character of all the Jewish prophecies which we have considered, certainly not least inconsistent with the prophecies of Ezekiel, to suppose that he did not look forward to a reconstruction of Jewish society after a definite and comparatively short term of bondage. Unpromising as the elements around him were, dry as were the bones which lay scattered in the valley, he still believed that out of these a nation was to be formed, not a new nation, but one in which would survive the blessing of Abraham, the law of Moses, the covenant with David. To suppose the nation appearing again without a temple for its center would have been difficult to him before, was actually impossible to him now. While he served daily in the courts of the Lord's house, he may never have known or deeply reflected what its relation to the commonwealth was. He went through his duties. he experienced the blessing of them. He probably contemplated the removal of the building as a perfectly incredible event. But the general law will have been good in his case. Till the gift was gone, its meaning will in great part have been hidden. When Ezekiel left the temple, or when it was burnt, he will have known that the collection of godly stones expressed the presence of one living being, that it denoted the unity of the tribes, that it spoke of a bond of fellowship for all nations, that it declared justice and order to the foundation of all society. These discoveries, dawning upon him by degrees, not looking at all like discoveries, but as undoubted commonplaces which he had admitted always, will have compelled him to feel that, if his land should be again what God affirmed it was to be, the mountain of the Lord's house must be again the citadel of its strength, the common object of all eyes and hearts. For a prophet to have these convictions in his mind, and not to expect an actual building to appear on an actual hill, would have been strange and contradictory. And as he was dealing with men who had often very lively hopes that they should recover their lands and their houses, who were told by their prophets that the captivity would terminate almost immediately, but who understood very little what was implied in the dissolution of a nation's existence, what was necessary to the restoration of it, the prophet had need to be very definite in his announcements respecting this new building. The people must understand clearly that when he spoke of a temple, he meant a temple, that and nothing else. Their minds were gross and material, but they were also loose and vague. They had a strong sense of what it was to be deprived of their olive yards and their vineyards, and deprivation of freedom and of worship was altogether visionary and fantastic. It was unspeakably valuable that they should hear of a man having a measuring reed in his hand, 6 cubits long by the cubit and a handbreadth, and there being chambers of the gate eastward, 3 on this side and 3 on that, and of 3 being of one measure, of the posts having one measure on this side and on that. Apart from all significance that might attach to the forms of the building, this precision itself was an education for them. It gave them a sense of reality which they could not otherwise have had. The thing was actually to be. It was not a shadow or dream of an inventor or of parables. It was to have a shape. Ordinary earthly measures could be applied to it. But where did the prophet get these measures? To what did they correspond? There cannot be the slightest doubt, I conceive, that the general form and construction of the building, the different parts of which it was to consist, the cherubim, the palm trees which were to adorn it, were suggested to him by that which he had actually seen, that the house which had been dear to him above all others, in which he had grown up, in which he had presented the sacrifice, was the hint and type to him of any new one which might be raised up in its place. It would be quite contrary to the analogy of prophecy to think otherwise. Only the enchanter or magician pretends to behold in the future that which has nothing answering to it in the present or the past. The true prophet affects no such gift, rather vehemently disclaims it. He is a witness for him who is and was and is to come. If he taught that the future were to be unlike the past, that there was no common root out of which they both grew, he would be faithless to his vocation. He would be forgetting the permanent and eternal being. Solomon's temple had been Ezekiel's primer or first lesson book. He was not to forget the learning which he had received from it, when other learning was added to it. Neither was he to forget that other learning. Since he had been brought to the river Chebar, he had been instructed in the witness which God had borne of himself in the outward world, even in the forms which had been turned to idolatrous uses. He had seen how near the false lies to the true, what need there is that the truth should be recognized in its length and breadth, that the falsehood may be cast out, what need there is that even the outward expression of a truth should be recognized in order that they may not be made into instruments of division, that they may not be turned against him who had created them, but may be the manifestation of some aspect of his own nature. What therefore we discern in Ezekiel's vision of a temple, however imperfectly, we may be able to follow out its different details, in the anticipation of one which should express, far more completely and expansively, than the temple of Solomon had done, all that which the temple had been designed to express, which should declare to the fullest sense the divine unity upon which Ezekiel had been led to meditate, which should embody the union and reconciliation of the tribes broken by the revolt of Israel and the pride of Judah, and which should be at the same time what Solomon had certainly once supposed that his might be, a house of worship for all nations, a gathering up of that which was dispersed and fragmentary in their different national forms and symbols. Now it is quite evident that the second temple, which was built by Zerubbabel, did not correspond to this idea. There were good reasons why it should not, reasons which on some future occasion I may have to consider at large. I speak now only of the fact. It was not a house even for the 12 tribes, still less was it a house for all nations. The Jews, on their return to the land of their fathers, found themselves obliged to be more exclusive than their fathers had ever been. Genealogies were studied for the very purpose of resisting the attempt of any settlers of doubtful blood to work with them. Those priests who had married foreign women were even forced to dismiss their wives. A temple which was suitable to a people that began its new existence with these acts might realize the promise made to Ezekiel, that the dry bones should become a body again. It could not resemble the framework which he had seen in his vision. If the temples had exactly answered to each other, one of them must have been false to the principle which it sought to embody. In using this language, I have anticipated what I have to say to those who maintain that Ezekiel is giving us the pattern of a temple made of living stones, not of stones hewn out of an earthly quarry. Let those who adopt this phenomenology be sure first that they understand themselves. Then there is hope that they will bring others to a good understanding with them. By a spiritual temple they do not, I trust, mean an unsubstantial temple, one built of clouds and mists, one erected by the eye which sees it. They believe, doubtless, the spiritual temple to be a spiritual society, possessing a real unity, inhabited by the divine presence, resting on the divine name. Well, I do not doubt that Ezekiel saw more or less clearly the patterns of such a society as this. I do not doubt that he was instructed to present this pattern in earthly forms. But we must remember first not to confound the pattern with the earthly forms which set it forth. Secondly, we must assure ourselves that whatever is spiritual and substantial will seek to find some expression for itself, to make the things of earth into mirrors which may reflect at least a portion of its glory. It is not a proof that Ezekiel carried about with him the narrowness and formality of a priest, that he longed to see an outward temple, like the one in which he had ministered, but larger, freer, nobler. It is not a proof that he carried about with him the narrowness and formality of a priest, that he believed there would be such a building, and that he was able to study and represent its parts and proportions. It is a proof that he had received the true education of a priest, that the law of his fathers had not been a dead letter to him, but he had entered into the purpose of God when he said, "In this place will I dwell, for I have a delight therein." It is a proof that he had got beyond the walls, and entered into that which eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, nor the heart conceived, that he supposed the hard and stubborn materials which earth supplies may discourse of him that dwells not in temples made with hands, neither is worshipped by men's hands, as though he needed anything. I believe that all the prophet's previous visions would have been maimed and comparatively unreal if they had wanted this climax. And I say so for this reason. The once wealthy captives by the river of Chebar were desiring to restore a society in which they should have the full swing of their tastes and appetites, and plenty of slaves to minister to them. And the false priests and the false prophets were ready enough to encourage this opinion. They would have had the fat of their sacrifices. They would have had their obedient troop of female devotees to help them to hunt souls. All should come back again just as it was before. The same vanity, insolence, falsehood, devilry. That would be their mode of reviving a divine society. But Ezekiel tells them it shall not be so at all. Thus saith the Lord God. These words occur in the very midst of the ordinances of respecting the new building. The prince shall not take of the people's inheritance by possession, to thrust them out of their possession, but he shall give his sons inheritance out of his own possession, that my people be not scattered every one from his possession. Here was a great moral and political law, which was a necessary and natural corollary from the doctrine that the temple was to be the building which denoted the restoration of the national society. This is a law which those who merely talk of a spiritual temple, without believing that the temple is to make its influence felt in this world, would never dream of promulgating. This is a law which it was most strictly in the function of a Jewish prophet to assert, not as proceeding from him, not even as proceeding from Moses, but as coming from the mouth of the Lord. This last remark may enable us to understand the words of my text. Thou son of man, show the house to the house of Israel, that they may be ashamed of their iniquities, and let them measure the pattern. And if they be ashamed of all their iniquities, show them the form of the house. I cannot wish for a better commentary than this upon the question we have just been considering, nor a more complete answer to the question which remains to be considered. The Israelites of the captivity might see the pattern when they had repented of their iniquities. Till then it was impossible. The idea of a spiritual society could not unfold itself to them while they were living in a heartless, divided, self-righteous state. They must be humbled before they could feel the possibility of such a society. Still more before they could confess it to be real. The hindrance to the discernment of it was not an intellectual one. It was not that they wanted the intuition and the foresight of the prophet. It was wholly moral. It was their baseness and selfishness which made their eyes dim that they could not see, and their ears heavy that they could not hear. It was so then, it was so in every generation afterwards. Repent, said John the Baptist, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The pattern of the house is about to be presented to you. The spiritual society, of which your temple contained the imperfect outward embodiment, is going to be manifested. The head of it is among you, but you cannot see it, you cannot see him. Repent, turn round to God, that he may remove the film from your eyes, and enable you to receive the revelation which he is making to you. The same language goes through the Gospels. Except ye are converted, and become as little children, said our Lord to his disciples, ye cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. Except as a man be born of water and of spirit, he cannot see the kingdom of God, he said to the ruler of the Jews. Repent, said St. Peter on the day of Pentecost, and be baptized, and ye shall receive the gift of the Holy Ghost. For the promise is to you and to your children, and to as many as the Lord your God shall call. All these words stand in direct connection with the discovery or manifestation of a divine and spiritual communion. All the blindness which is ascribed to the Jewish nation is mainly this, that they would not accept it as the manifestation of a kingdom for human beings, of a society grounded upon the name of the Son of God and the Son of Man, and they would have only a Jewish society, and that Jewish society proved itself not to be Jewish, but a miserable collection of sects hating each other and contrary to all men, not claiming to be children of God, and therefore not able to assert their title as children of Abraham, essentially inhuman, and therefore necessarily given up to the worship of a false god, of Mammon instead of Jehovah. Ezekiel was to show his countrymen the form of the house, when a confession of their iniquity should enable them to discern the pattern after which it was to be built. The law must hold good for all times to come. There may be such a house yet built in Jerusalem. God grant that there may. But it must be built by a people who are capable of giving the outward expression to an inward truth which is possessing them, who have humbled themselves in dust and ashes before God for their selfishness, their exclusiveness, their worship of gold, who have confessed the cross to be the highest manifestation of the wisdom and power of God, and have rejoiced in that manifestation because it is universal, because the Christ hath said, I, if I be lifted up, will draw all men unto me, who have perceived that the divine unity is not a narrow selfish individuality, but the unity of a Father with a Son in one Spirit. Jews possessed with these convictions may be destined in some very wonderful manner to instruct all nations in them, not by letters only and speech, but by polity and art, by a restored city of which the Son of David is the acknowledged King, by a restored temple which he will again claim as his Father's house, and will not suffer to be the house of merchandise. But these considerations, brethren, must have respect to all nations as well as to this one. They bear upon the whole history of Christendom. Some time after the gospel of a kingdom of heaven had been preached in all parts of the Roman Empire, and the old temple that stood on the hill over Jerusalem had perished, there began to be a feeling that every portion of human life, the forms of society, the roughest stone, the richest marble, as well as the thoughts and feelings which had fashioned them into shape and symmetry, must be devoted to the expression of that truth which has come to restore and regenerate the universe. The task was commenced and went on bravely. The old temples that had been constructed for the service of divided and local gods were pressed into the service of the one God. Every form and symbol, it was rightly believed, which belonged to the old world, might be claimed as the spoil and heritage of that which had succeeded it. The sense of the infinite and unfathomable, which such edifices could scarcely awaken, found out a new kind of temple in which the worshipper could lose himself and confess a presence real, personal, incomprehensible. But one and another form, that which delighted the southern worshipper, that which kindled without satisfying the northern, could as little resist the idolatrous tendencies of the heart as Solomon's temple had done. All have been degraded into means of feeling the sensual and earth-born tastes which they boasted that they were able to subdue or to sanctify. Then the notion grew up that there was something close and stifling in the atmosphere of such temples, that art was a dangerous ally of devotion, that the most homely building was the one which he who promised to dwell with the humble and contrite was the most likely to inhabit, that the upright heart and pure is after all the only true temple. Promising words, pointing to high truths, just as the tower or steeple pointed to them, but just as little able as they were to reach the truths or to preserve them. Hardness, exclusiveness, self-conceit, self-worship in 1,000 forms, it was found, could hide itself in language which seemed to the utterers of it the protest against every possible falsehood, the sure protection of simplicity and humility. And the principle which was so loudly proclaimed was not carried out. Heaven was to be divorced from earth. But the worst habits of earth, the habits of the money changer, introduced themselves into the sanctuary. Religious man, as if to avenge that invasion, pretended to make capture of science and art, and to force them into the service of Christianity. In fact, they only made both dishonest. There was no divorce. There could be none. Only earth could become fantastical and heaven material, in the struggle to effect one. The experience of such consequences from the Puritan doctrine and practice has produced in our day a vehement reaction in favor of all sensuous helps to devotion. It has been resisted as vehemently. Was not the movement justifiable when it seemed as if God's beautiful universe were to be given up to the devil as his rightful possession? Was not the opposition to it justifiable when the plea put forth for buildings, pictures, music, was that the heart and spirit of human beings cannot converse with the invisible except through the visible? Each doctrine is equally unscriptural, equally subversive of Christ's redemption, equally fatal, as the experience of 3 centuries has proved, to inward morality as well as the morality of common life. Each shows that the eyes of the members of the Christian Church, whether they are dazzled with the splendor of an external hierarchy, or have become dim from poring over mere letters, or are blinded by introversion, have lost the capacity of beholding that heavenly pattern which every building on this earth must strive, in its measure and according to its purpose, to embody. While that is hidden from us, we may talk of the symbols and styles of architecture, we may mimic our fathers, we may try to invent something of our own. The new, as little as the old, will express the communion of spiritual creatures with their Father and with each other. The remedy in this case, as in all cases, lies not in new theories or more acute criticism, in greater servility to old models, or to more scornful independence of them, but in an earnest repentance. When we are ashamed of our strifes, of our indifference, of our vainglory, of our money worship, when we have asked God to put these away from us, to give us true hearts, and to write His name in the name of the holy city upon us, we shall understand how our fathers saw some letters of that means in every part of the universe. We shall admire the diligence and delight with which they strove to decipher the hieroglyphics. We shall study their methods and profit by their discoveries. But we shall believe not because of their word, but because we have seen for ourselves, because we have the kingdom of God within us, because we have Christ Himself to interpret the parables of it, Christ Himself to give us the power of proclaiming it to all nations, that they may walk in the light of it, that we shall find that the brass, the stone, the iron, and the gold are stubborn materials only because we have allowed them to be tyrannical masters, that we can subdue the powers and properties of nature when we claim them for Him who gave Himself up to be the lowest of all, and who is therefore exalted above all. End of Sermon 27. End of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice.